Good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to reconvene our session of the Committee of Agriculture. Hopefully, our last afternoon together until we come back tomorrow to adopt the report. I hope you have come back refreshed and ready to be highly efficient. And in that note of efficiency, we will be taking up again the item that we had left off before the break, which is item 4.1, Program of Work in Food and Agriculture under the FAO Strategic Framework. As I said, I will follow the speakers list that I had before the break, which is Switzerland, Germany, UK, USA, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Zambia. After that, I will take any additional members who raise their hand between now and then. And so leading us off this afternoon is Switzerland, followed by Germany. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Switzerland thanks the Secretariat for document 2020/2 and welcomes FAO's achievements. We see this document as a good opportunity to discuss the strategic positioning of FAO's future activities. The new FAO strategic framework to come will play a key role in addressing the challenges of our time in a targeted, inclusive and timely way. To play its full role, it is important that FAO maintains, further strengthens and make available its normative science and evidence-based knowledge and remains the platform where issues related to agriculture and food can be discussed in an integrated way. The new strategic framework should focus more on the key challenges: climate change, biodiversity loss, water scarcity and migration. In this context, the FAO strategic framework should illustrate that in the food and agriculture sector, business as usual is not an option. Sector by sector or issue by issue approaches alone do not change the status quo or reverse trends. In this context, Switzerland stresses in particular the importance of more inclusive, systemic, integrated and coordinated collaboration with FAO's various partners. The Sustainable Development Goals push us to think in a more systemic and integrated way and offer us unique opportunities to foster synergies and coherence of policies. With regard to the priority areas of FAO's work in food and agriculture in 2020 and 2021 and beyond, we have the following remarks on the overarching themes. Under A, achieving resilient, sustainable food systems for food security and nutrition for all. We particularly stress the importance to improve diet and nutrition through food systems actions with a clear focus on sustainability. Sustainable agriculture that takes into account nutrition has a key role to play at every level of the food system. Additionally, FAO should react to the key challenges by integrating true cost accounting into the equation. FAO should also continue to strengthen its involvement in multi-stakeholder initiatives, such as the 10 IFP Sustainable Food Systems Program. Under B, addressing multiple crisis risk and environmental challenges. The document needs to be more forward-looking and more specifically detail how FAO will contribute to address these risks and challenges. It needs to outline how FAO will contribute to ongoing processes under the UNFCCC and the CBD. FAO's work under these overarching theme must cover innovation that leads to nature-positive solutions, advanced equitable livelihoods, and builds resilience. Under D, revitalizing agriculture and food-based livelihoods areas for youth. We welcome the shift away from decent employment only towards a broader and integrated approach leading to empowerment and creating opportunities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland. Germany, followed by the UK. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. The EU and its member states thank the Secretariat for the background document for this agenda item. We welcome the focus on innovative approaches, and we particularly appreciate the essential role played by the organization in the response to the current COVID-19 pandemic and the desert locust upsurge. Before coming to the substantive issues, we would like to request a further refinement of the roadmap for consultation on the FAO strategic framework, including regional conferences and with more regular consultations with the members. When it comes to the priority areas of FAO's work in food and agriculture in 2020-21 and beyond, the four overarching themes of FAO priority action areas outlined in the document all have their merit, and we strongly support all of them. In particular, FAO's approach to the UN Food System Summit. However, regarding themes A, B, and C, we have some comments to share. Concerning themes A and B, we miss a reference to the work of the Committee on World Food Security that is currently working on both themes, on voluntary guidelines for food systems and nutrition, as well as on policy recommendations for agroecology and other innovative approaches. We believe that both products and the work done by the CFS is essential for FAO's current and future program under themes A and B. Therefore, FAO should include in its program of work clear reference to these processes and the work of the CFS. Regarding theme C, we believe that emerging threats to plants, animal, and human health cannot be addressed without taking into account AMR, which is acknowledged by the fact that FAO set up the new FAO WHO Center. Hence, we would appreciate a clear reference to this crucial issue under theme C. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Germany. UK, followed by the USA. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can just get to my speech, my contribution. Here we go. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, colleagues and the interpreters. We thank FAO for this paper. The UK, like many others, is gravely concerned about the lack of global progress towards SDG 2 and the growing number of threats to achieve zero hunger in the 10 years' time. Climate change, conflict, and the COVID-19 pandemic are some of the most serious of these threats, and there are many more. FAO cannot achieve zero hunger on its own. FAO must prioritize what only FAO can do. On top of this list is FAO's work to monitor and detect transboundary pests and diseases, and to advise and support its members to respond to these. In recent months and years, we have spoken often about this and about the threat that fall armyworm and desert locust pose to the poorest and most vulnerable farmers, and the threat that antimicrobial resistance poses to global health security. This year, COVID-19 has reminded us again about the threat that zoonotic diseases pose to all of us. The UK is gravely concerned as we are looking to FAO to take a leadership role in responding to these threats and to make an impact that we can point to and say, look, this is how it works. We are pleased to see the recognition of these threats reflected in this paper, and we urge COAG to include in our report a clear message that FAO's strategic framework and strategic results framework must prioritize A, FAO's work on transboundary pests and diseases, and B, FAO's work to support its members to achieve the SDGs, and in particular SDG 2. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United Kingdom. US, followed by Australia. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States thanks FAO for producing this paper and for its thorough consideration of the work that FAO should endeavor in the next biennium. We appreciate FAO's acknowledgement of its core functions, supporting countries in establishing international norms, upholding international standards, managing data, information, knowledge, and technologies, and addressing its priorities for the biennium. These functions were identified by the North American region as key areas of focus for FAO's work. In line with the importance of norms and standards, the United States urges FAO to prioritize its support for the Codex-related science-based programs and the IPPC, including efforts to find sustainable funding solutions for both organizations, and encourages support for continuations of its critical work to the extent possible during the ongoing global pandemic. This type of work represents FAO's strongest comparative advantage and is the foundation upon which all FAO's other work is built. Without plant health and food safety, there is no food security. We also underline the importance of utilizing and emphasizing the critical importance of science-based approaches and technologies to supporting sustainable agricultural production and strengthening global food security. When addressing emerging threats to plants, animals, and human health, such as the desert locust and fall armyworm, we urge FAO coordinate early with partners and use all available tools and not favor one particular method over another. We also request the new organizational structure be reviewed by Council following the 2021 conference of adoption of the new strategies framework. We consider this an important issue of governance. Because FAO is a member-driven organization, we expect member states will be consulted in advance for any future structural changes, and that FAO's management will always readily reply to member states' questions and requests for clarification. This will ensure transparency and accountability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Australia, then Canada. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Australia notes the information presented in COAG/2020/2. In response to the call for guidance from members on the main priorities for FAO's work in food and agriculture in 2021 to 2023, Australia encourages the FAO to continue to focus on its normative work on animal health, plant protection and health, and food safety, as well as on important issues such as biosecurity and AMR. In doing this in close collaboration with other international organisations, including through the tripartite arrangement, it is paramount. We also consider it important for the FAO to continue to focus on the provision of technical assistance to help countries build their agricultural data and statistical capacity. With this in mind, Australia supports a number of the priority areas highlighted. We especially welcome the continued commitment to the One Health approach and the focus on addressing emerging threats to plant, animal, and human health, particularly ASF, fall armyworm, coconut rhinoceros beetle, and invasive ants. Of importance to Australia is the FAO's initiatives to help address the challenges of zoonotic disease risks, with an emphasis on the need to focus on high-risk interfaces across the wildlife supply chain, such as wildlife wet markets. We also note the focus to date by the FAO on progressing work specific to agroecology. As flagged by the Australian delegation earlier this week, we highlight the consensus position that agroecology is not the only way to strengthen sustainable agriculture and food systems. As such, we recommend that the FAO invest in working on and advocating for other innovative approaches to ensure all countries benefit from FAO guidance and knowledge in their efforts to improve the sustainability of their agriculture and food systems. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. Canada, followed by New Zealand. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada welcomes FAO's efforts to mainstream gender. Gender must feature high on the next FAO strategic framework and be effectively mainstreamed in the work of COAG, in particular on data and how to promote gender transformative approaches. Canada also welcomes FAO's work on Indigenous peoples and food systems. We are pleased to chair the group of friends on Indigenous peoples in Rome. We must work together to ensure that Indigenous peoples participate in our meetings and that we harness their knowledge and innovative solutions to achieve our common goals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. New Zealand, followed by Zambia. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. New Zealand would agree with the statement that trends and challenges in the agriculture and food sectors identified in the 26th session of COAG are still valid, and note with interest the trends in the foresight exercise. We agree with the range of challenges identified in this paper and look forward to reviewing in further detail the foresight exercise and its initial findings. New Zealand supports the priority areas identified. In particular, we strongly support FAO's normative standard setting role. So we're pleased to see addressing pests and disease threats to plant, animal and human health have a prominent role in FAO's forward priorities. Without addressing these core issues, along with the impacts of climate change, countries will not be able to achieve sustainable food systems, the economic, environmental and social aspects of sustainable development or nutrition outcomes. We appreciate the prominent place that food systems will have in FAO's work, and particularly appreciate the specific priority work programs on sustainable livestock, food safety, nutrition, Indigenous peoples, food loss and waste in the priority areas of action. For the climate change section, we note that there are a range of approaches countries can take to mitigate and adapt to climate change, and for us, it was pleasing to see an acknowledgement of the role of climate-smart agriculture in this slide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I give the floor to Zambia, followed by the Russian Federation. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. On this agenda item, Zambia is speaking on behalf of the Africa Group. We take note that FAO's program of work in food and agriculture under the FAO strategic framework is aligned to the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and builds on the ongoing effort to translate into action the vision of a food secure and sustainable world. The priority areas of FAO's work in the 2020-2021 biennium and beyond should be tailored towards a more focused and holistic approach that addresses complex and interconnected challenges that strengthen its presence in the field. The FAO's technical capacity should be tailored towards the needs of its members and their development context. Achieving a coherence between FAO's strategic documents and the 2030 agenda should be aligned with each other for two main reasons. First, the centrality of food and agriculture to the Sustainable Development Agenda means that FAO's work should inherently contribute to the 2030 agenda. Secondly, the FAO continues to shift from the granular response to food and agriculture challenges to a connected approach, which is what is needed to respond to the integrated, indivisible, and interlinked nature of the Sustainable Development Goals. We also urge FAO to continue strengthening technical capacity in priority areas that need to be reinforced, such as agroecology, antimicrobial resistance, climate change, food systems, early warning systems, statistics, agriculture risk management, and sustainable production. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Zambia, Russian Federation and Senegal. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, allow me to make a brief comment on this item on the agenda. We agree with the main conclusions and recommendations presented in the report by the Secretariat. We highlight the leading role of the COAG in determining working priorities of the FAO in the area of food and agriculture. We endorse the proposed priorities of work of the organization in accordance with its strategic goals. In addition, we urge the Secretariat not to refer to concepts which do not have consensus support from member states, in particular, the phrase sustainable diets. That's paragraph 66, subparagraph B9. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Give the floor to Senegal.
J'ai la parole, Madame la Présidente.
Do I have the floor, Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry. Senegal, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Senegal supports the declaration made by Zambia on behalf of the Africa Regional Group. We welcome the efforts made by the FAO in a number of areas, and we encourage it to continue its work within its strategic program. We welcome the priority areas of action, and we support the systemic and inclusive approach that has been followed and includes organizations when it comes to implementing the strategic framework. The 2030 agenda still raises concerns regarding its achievement, and the Decade of Action for the SDGs is an excellent opportunity to implement our 2030 program. We encourage the FAO to be further involved in accelerating its implementation. We urge for investment by the FAO in areas such as agroecology, biodiversity, South-South cooperation, digitalization, as well as combating water scarcity in in dry lands. We support this item on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senegal. I've come to the end of my list of members, so I have one request from an observer. So I will pass the floor now to IFOAM Organics International. IFOAM, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes y...
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I am speaking on behalf of IFOAM Organics International, an international organization for organic agriculture. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Secretariat of the COAG for the document that it has presented. It's a very complete document. It provides a holistic view of the situation, and it presents as well a number of priority areas which are fundamental and which we consider to really be a movement towards important changes. And we think that agroecology, as it is included in the document, has a fundamental role in achieving this change to mitigate and adapt to climate change and to increase biodiversity. But it's also linked to all the other issues: sustainable food systems, and how we can help youth have a better situation and make sure that they are attracted into better systems where they can have an active role. And so agroecology, when combined with a whole series of actions to improve life in rural areas, will be even more beneficial. I would like to take this opportunity to say that we are collaborating with IFAD and with the FAO in a project financed by German and Swiss cooperation, which aims to develop policies for change in agriculture. So it's mainly agricultural policies, but not exclusively, and I will send you the link to that forum. It will be presented at the next CFS, the Committee on Food Security, on the 13th of October in the afternoon. The title is Connecting Agricultural Policies in Times of Crisis. And I would like to invite everybody to participate in this event because I think it's an important moment. It's time for political decisions to be made in these areas, and if you have experience, it's important to exchange the important and interesting experiences that exist around the world so we can further spread those experiences and so that we can extend agroecological, sustainable policies around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much and for bringing that event to our attention. I have now come to the end of my speakers list. So I will turn the floor over to the Secretariat for their response. I give the floor to Maria Elena Semedo, Deputy Director General. Maria Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the good comments. I believe, and I see Beth Crawford is here, she will navigate you on the process, how we are leading to the strategic framework. But what I wanted to say that globally, I see an approval by the COAG on the priority as presented in the document, which I believe the Secretariat and the members are on the same page. Again, from our side, I could see that everything dealt to emergent threats to plant, animal, and human health, particularly zoonotic diseases, AMR, plant diseases has been very strongly support FAO work on this area. The same with climate change, biodiversity, and I believe the discussion we had just before on the climate change, on the biodiversity action plan will be feeding our discussion and our priorities as we move forward. We are undertaking several discussions at all levels, at the region, at the technical committees. Next week we'll discuss the same with COFO, COFI, and all those guidance will be integrated in the final strategic framework of the organization. But just to assure you that all the priorities here will be integrated, and the strong emphasis in the plant and animal diseases are also what FAO consider, and the lessons we learn with the COVID takes us in this direction. The same with the bring of innovation, digitalization, to how to implement or to move forward with the strategic framework. I just wanted to bring a comment on the range of approaches. I believe FAO, and if you go to the resolution from last conference, is calling the organization to work with a big range of approaches. It's not only agroecology, biotechnology, integrated approach, but what is important is how we can have a more systemic approach, wherever approach is a more integrated approach and is context driven. This is, we cannot have one solution, but to have a toolbox which could be used depending on the needs and the level of the country. And this, I am sure, will be clearly coming on the strategic framework. From my side, this is what I wanted to say. As we move forward, all your comments will be taken into consideration in the version of the strategic framework, and we'll be having opportunities to interact with you in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Elena. I'll turn the floor now to Beth Crawford for information on the process moving forward. Beth, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues, and nice to see everyone. So just a few words on the processing. So as you know, what we are in the process of developing is the strategic framework that would start in 2022. So it's for the next biennium, it would start in the next biennium for FAO, and it would run, it usually has a 10 to 15 year outlook. So we're calling this the strategic framework from 2022 to 2031. So we welcome very much all of the feedback and guidance that you've given. It's a very important input into that process. The document of the strategic framework will need to be finalized in early 2021, because it will then go to the committee sessions in March, the council, and then on to the conference for approval. So the process from now until early 2021 is that we are gathering all of your input, both through formal processes as well as informal. So the formal ones are the technical committee meetings, and as Maria Elena just said, we have a number of them happening now that will all be feeding in, and of course the regional conferences. So both of those are taking place in this period. We're collecting all of the priorities that come out, and they will be brought into the new strategic framework. The informal processes are informal meetings, which are also beginning next week. Actually, we will be starting with a number of meetings with regional groups just to have a very first informal discussion. And that will be taken forward over this period, because as you can see, we're getting inputs at different points in time. And so we'll have different elements to come back for discussion with you as we move forward. And we're indeed looking at both the content of the strategic framework, but also how we will be working. What are other ways that we can bring into the way that we work, looking at new opportunities, new opportunities to bring together to ensure that we really have that enabling environment to implement the programs that we have in our strategic framework. So thank you, Madam Chair. That's what I wanted to say about the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. I'll open the floor to members for any final comments.
Jennifer, I think Beth Beckdahl, sorry, will conclude.
She's sitting right here and told me that you had already masterfully covered everything she would have said. So in the interest of time, I'll open the floor back up to members. But it's good to see the FAO team looking out for one another. I see no requests for the floor. So I will consider this agenda item finished. Item 4.1, our discussion is finished, and we will come back to the summary. So I was hoping we'd have the biodiversity report, but I think that's still being fine-tuned. So I will move us directly to item 4.3. Multi-year program of work of the committee, which is next up on our agenda. So the relevant document is COAG/2020/4. The introductory note by the Secretariat was already made available on the COAG web page. So I will be opening up the floor now for discussion by members. The floor is open, and I will pass it to the Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. COAG is a key governing body for FAO's work. We must bear in mind that this building houses the UN Organization for Food and Agriculture, and this committee represents the inclusive intergovernmental platform responsible for studying, debating, and coming to a consensus on fundamental aspects of the work to be rolled out by the international community in the final run-up towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals contained in Agenda 2030, to which we've all subscribed. The Dominican Republic can enthusiastically approve the ambitious multi-annual program of work for the committee, at the same time as recognizing the joint efforts which will lead us towards sustainable agriculture in compliance with the second component of SDG 2. we shouldn't forget that whilst this specific end is COAG's lodestar, the work which we will put in this committee, in other words, the work that we, the member states, entrust to the COAG Secretariat and by extension all of FAO staff, this will have a direct impact on the 17 SDGs. Our country and our delegation will support this work right through to its final conclusion, the eradication, in other words, of hunger and all forms of malnutrition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominican Republic. I give the floor to China, followed by Germany. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席。中国也是欢迎农委
Thank you very much indeed. China welcomes the progress which has been made in achieving the multi-year programme of work. And would also like to congratulate the Bureau and the Secretariat on its work. We would encourage FAO to analyse global trends on food and agriculture, as well as emerging issues facing agricultural development around the world, and also the long-term COVID-19 impact. Its work must be, the planning of the implementation of this must be completed as well. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Give the floor to Germany, followed by Sudan. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. The EU and its member states greatly appreciate the work done by COAG over the past 2 years. We especially appreciate the continued efforts to strengthen cooperation and coordination between the FAO technical committees. In this context, we would like to support the continuation of relevant intersessional activities while maintaining a focus on core activities, including the new FAO vision in the light of the actions based on the FAO COVID-19 response and recovery program for the next biennium. With regard to the proposed MIPO for 2020-2023, we welcome the result and output-oriented tone of the document and the inclusion of clear indicators and targets. With regard to the working methods, we appreciate the focus on cooperation with other FAO governing and statutory bodies and the flexibility in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We also welcome the involvement of members in the intersessional activities, in particular through consultations and any efforts to facilitate and encourage the participation of farmers, the private sector and civil society in relevant areas of the committee's work. In conclusion, Madam Chair, the EU and its member states endorse the MIPO 2020-23 as set out in the annex to document COAG 2020/4. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Germany. Sudan, followed by Indonesia. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you. The Sudan welcomes the multi-year program of work of the year, as well as the International Year for Fruits and Vegetables, as well as the Day for the Waste and Loss of Food. And the International Year for Date Palm. All these aspects can enhance agricultural and food systems and contribute to the achievement of SDGs, especially concerning healthy nutrition and the effect such nutrition has on the most vulnerable, such as children and women, together with the more vulnerable groups. We also support the International Year for Plant Health, which will enhance the One Health approach. For the Sudan, it is important to concentrate on the building of institutional capacities and the capacity to respond to threats. It is also important to build capacities in statistics, follow-up and evaluation, especially on new issues such as COVID-19, which is one of the threats to food systems and to the achievement of SDGs. We would also insist on the importance of turning to agroecology, which is extremely important, especially for developing states. This is why multi-partnerships that are to the benefit of small holders is extremely important. This is also very important for most vulnerable groups such as the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudan. Indonesia, followed by Thailand. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia would like to extend our appreciation upon the updates and progress made for the COAG Multi-Year Program of Work, or MyPAO 2018-2021, and the draft COAG MyPAO 2020-2023. Indonesia supports and underlines the importance of a platform for formulating recommendations to anticipate future challenges through the implementation of FAO activities in order to increase program effectiveness and efficiency. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and over.
Thank you, Indonesia. We're setting new records. I give the floor to Thailand, followed by Argentina. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thailand welcomes the document COAG 2020/4 and appreciates the effort and commitment in delivering the results in achieving the SDG. We highlight the crucial role of COAG. COAG's policy and regulatory guidance are particularly relevant to address current and emerging issues, which are unprecedented in terms of scale and complexity, and need a global perspective as well as increases global cooperation to be addressed. We think that the new MyPAO is very timely as we have more concrete perspectives after having faced with multiple challenges in these couple years, such as the upsurge of desert locusts, fall armyworms, climate change, drought, transboundary diseases, such as African swine fever, pest, diabetes, ruminants, and COVID-19 pandemic. Thailand requests COAG to keep informing and assessing the existing and new emerging issues, which are unprecedented and Thailand requests to keep informing and assessing the existing and new emerging issue. We also stress the need to empower the statistical capacity development of member countries in understanding the implementing and monitoring SDG indicators, which is one of the key challenges to assess the country performance towards the achievement of SDG indicators. Moreover, the participation of farmers, private sector, and civil societies organizations as observers shall be further enhanced to enrich dialogue and consultation. In conclusion, Thailand will continue to support and actively contribute to COAG work. And with this statement, we approve the proposed MyPAO 2020-23. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. I give the floor now to Argentina. Argentina, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Argentina welcomes the work of the committee and work put in particularly to eradicate hunger and malnutrition over the past period of sessions, and also in the framework of the 2018 to 2021 program of work. Argentina also welcomes work put into the drawing up of MIPO 2020 to 2023 and can support this document. We stress the importance of continuing our debate on increasing production and productivity on a sustainable basis in agriculture, promoting all the useful agricultural tools, including new innovations in the sector. We also stress the role of smallholder farmers in achieving our objectives, looking in particular at the additional challenges thrown up to countries by the COVID-19 pandemic. We hope that the regional conferences will be held, particularly the Latin American and Caribbean one, and that these will provide the possibility for members to discuss the situation of agriculture and agricultural food chains in the face of the pandemic. To ensure that they work not only during the pandemic but in the follow-up period as well, to ensure that we have an inclusive, sustainable and robust recovery. And we welcome the efforts made by FAO in the course of this crisis, providing very useful information to countries for their decision-taking during these difficult times. With these comments, we can approve the COAG MIPO for 2020-2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I've come to the end of my speakers list. So I will turn the floor over to the Secretariat. Sorry? Starting with Beth Bechtel, Deputy Director General. Beth, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for not only your support, but obviously your clear endorsement for this very ambitious MIPO for 2020 to 2023. I want to also be sure to thank the Secretariat and the Bureau for all of the hard work that has gone into preparing this. I would say, just to summarize, that you have our continued support and our commitment to continue to be very forward-looking in our efforts around COAG preparations as we think about emerging issues and other important global trends, as has been very wisely stated here, in a very unprecedented time that we find ourselves in globally with COVID-19. You also have our commitment to ensure that we closely coordinate and communicate with you and the other governing bodies that are so critical to our overall work. And coordination, we know, among the technical committees is key. We also commit to ensuring that there is close involvement and communication with you as members and with other partners, and very much appreciate a number of you stressing specifically the importance of the participation of farmers, private sector, civil society, and others as observers. And finally, we also take very close to consideration, or take under advisement, your comments as well around ensuring that there are continuing clear indicators and targets of how we measure the success of our work, how we use data and statistics, and how we hold ourselves accountable to this very specific program of work. I look forward to, in my role, continuing to work with all of you as we move over the next 2 years to COAG 28. It has been a pleasure to be a part of this effort here in my first 6 months, and I look forward to continued support in achieving the work that is included in this program of work. Chair, I would like to perhaps ask if you could turn the floor over to the Secretary of COAG for some concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor now to the COAG Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chairperson. And I wish to complement the reply given by DDG Bechtel on 3 specific recommendations and your valuable comments made to the MIPO. One, I would like to underline, as recommended, that the intersessional work of the Bureau conducted with the FAO Secretariat indeed includes reaching out and drawing on the wealth of expertise at FAO level for the trends analysis and monitoring of emerging issues and threats that would need to be brought to the attention of COAG members. And indeed, this was a consultative process which took place in the intersessional period, which led to the formulation actually of the COAG 27th session agenda, which has been discussed over these very days. So this is very much in line with the working methodology jointly with the Bureau, which has been followed over the last 2 years. Concerning the recommendation on stronger collaboration with other technical committees and other FAO bodies, I'm very pleased to confirm this has a renewed impetus in this direction, and including with the new working modalities and virtual meeting format and the technical committee meetings have been convening around common themes of common interest to be considered from the different committees' perspectives, and for harmonization and a more comprehensive approach to complex issues. And some of the agenda items, but also information notes presented to COAG reflect this joint effort of collaboration between technical committees. And I think I covered most points. And indeed, the note, they formulate the MIPO with clearer output indicators and targets. This has been taken on board and will continue to be streamlined along with the effort made with other technical committees. So thank you very much for your recommendations.
Thank you, Secretariat. I will open the floor again to members for any final comments, questions, follow-up. Seeing none, we've done 2 agenda items in 50 minutes. Well done, committee. We will, I think we now have some summary reports to look at. So I will take we can now move to looking at the mainstreaming biodiversity summary report. We'll ask the Secretariat to put it up on the screen. Sorry, the fault was mine. The Secretariat was unable to read my very messy handwriting. So it will be 2 seconds before we can look at that. Okay, so here is my proposed draft summary for the item 3.1, implementation of the FAO strategy on biodiversity mainstreaming. I will read through the entire document and then we'll return and look at it together. So paragraph 1, the committee considered the document implementation of the FAO strategy on mainstreaming biodiversity across agricultural sectors and welcomed progress made in its implementation. The committee reviewed and provided detailed comments on and inputs to the draft 2021-23 action plan for the implementation of the FAO strategy on mainstreaming biodiversity across agricultural sectors, and requested the Secretariat to reflect them in the next version of the draft action plan for consideration of the Council. It noted that several key actions proposed for the next biennium, 2022-23, are still tentative pending the finalization of the Program of Work and Budget 22-23 and the availability of extra budgetary funds. The committee noted the important role of the strategy and its action plan in guiding and facilitating FAO's support to countries in their implementation of outcomes of biodiversity-related intergovernmental processes, including the global plans of action of the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture and of the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. The committee requested FAO to continue providing policy and technical support to members, particularly developing countries and megadiverse countries. Paragraph 4, you can scroll down. Paragraph 4, the committee noted ongoing processes in other fora, including the development of the post-2020 biodiversity framework under the Convention on Biological Diversity, and requested FAO to reflect the outcomes of these processes in the implementation of the strategy and its action plan. It stressed the importance of ensuring full complementarity of FAO's work on biodiversity mainstreaming with processes in other fora, with a view to increase synergies and avoid duplication of work, including reporting. It requested FAO, the committee requested FAO to strengthen implementation of the strategy and its action plan to strengthen, the committee requested FAO to strengthen implementation of the strategy and its action plan in collaboration, I guess it should be, in collaboration with all relevant partners. So paragraph 5, yeah. That's when, in collaboration with all relevant partners, including in particular the Convention on Biological Diversity, and with the World Health Organization and the World Organization for Animal Health, taking the One Health approach that seeks to comprehensively address the disease threats at the animal-human environment interface. It also stressed the importance of collaboration with all relevant stakeholders, including Indigenous peoples and local communities, and requested FAO to continue strengthening this collaboration in the implementation of the strategy and its action plan. So I will move to the top of the page, and I will take comments on paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, and I will give the floor to Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not sure if my video is already on. Do you hear me?
I can hear you, but very, very faintly.
Is it better now?
Slightly better, but I think you need to get very close to the mic.
Okay. I'll try that. Thank you. First of all, if it's still possible, we would like our request for clarification to be answered by the Secretariat, because we've mentioned in our intervention that we have never heard about the Global Action Plan on eliminating risks of highly hazardous pesticides. And concerning paragraph 3, we note that members have made a series of specific comments to the action plan, some of them very precise and specific text inclusions, additions, and other more general guidelines to the addition of the plan. And we believe, as a matter of transparency and clarity, it would be good if the report of COAG could have as an annex a compilation of all those comments. And I meant paragraph 2. We believe some addition to paragraph 2 could address that. For instance, in the sentence that says that requested the Secretariat to reflect them in the next version of the draft action plan, maybe after something could be added about a compilation of comments is contained in Annex X of this report. Thank you very much. That's all for now.
Okay, so I would suggest I would suggest maybe the wording should be reflect them in the next version of the action plan, which should include as an annex a compilation of comments by members. As an annex, which should include as an annex a compilation of comments by members. Oh, I'm sorry, you mean to the report of this committee or to the action plan? Could you just clarify where this annex should go?
I believe it would be useful to have it as an annex of the draft, but also to the report of this COAG meeting, because the comments were made under this COAG meeting. If not available tomorrow, maybe countries can be asked to provide their written comments, and FAO can provide them as a web annex afterwards. I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, I can just imagine that there might be some challenges to including as an annex to the report of this committee, just in terms of the translation requirements that we'll need to have the full report translated for adoption tomorrow. So I could imagine that will be a tall order. Let's leave it like this, sort of not finalized with the wording, and I'll consult with the Secretariat about what might be possible in that spirit. Okay, I give the floor now to, and I saw in the chat your question on the Global Action Plan on highly hazardous pesticides is still under development jointly by FAO, WHO, and UNEP. Planned to be finalized by end of this year after consulting all relevant stakeholders, including national governments, and a consultative meeting scheduled in November 2020. And it will be launched jointly by 3 UN agencies in ICCM5, the 5th International Conference on Chemical Management in July 2021. So I hope that answers your question. And I will give the floor now to Argentina. Argentina, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We agree with Brazil that it's important to reflect all of these very specific comments which were made by members. Some of them even said that because of time constraints, they would send the comments in writing. And so we think it would be important, if it's not possible to include them in an annex, I am sending wording into the chat which could perhaps be helpful, which would say that the committee recognized that members presented written comments to the Secretariat of the COAG for later presentation to the relevant office as inputs to the process of developing the action plan. And I wrote it in English in the chat box, and perhaps that could be a wording which would pick up Brazil's suggestion as well as that of Argentina. So we have wording in that regard, and we think these inputs do contribute to the development of the action plan. In addition, between paragraph 2 and 3, we would like to include a new paragraph related to procedure. And that paragraph, which I will also put into the chat, would be, and I will read it in English.
The committee recommended that an open, transparent and member-led consultation process be convened to finalize the draft action plan, and that comments and inputs from all technical committees, as well as from the group of national focal points for biodiversity for food and agriculture of the CRGAA, be considered in such process. Esto está escrito en el chat box para facilitar el trabajo de quien esté trabajando en este Word. Creo que esto recoge algunas de las preocupaciones que hemos manifestado algunos miembros sobre el procedimiento y la necesidad de que haya un proceso de consultas ulterior que incluya las opiniones o una especie de revisión.
We feel that it's necessary to include this information so that it can later on be included as well in the work of the Commission, in addition to complementarity, which there could be between the work of these two agencies or collaboration between these agencies. We think it's worth this being recognized so that what we're doing here doesn't place conditions on what is done elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was some issues with the translation, but I think we got it. The secretary is unable to kind of copy and paste from the chat. So what I'll do is I can see your new proposed paragraph 3. So I think, okay, so I will read it out. The committee recommended that an open, transparent, and member-led consultation process be convened to finalize the draft action plan, and that comments and inputs from all technical committees, as well as from the group of national focal points for biodiversity, for food and agriculture of the CRGAA, be considered in such a process. And then I will, if we go up to paragraph 2, that's the other addition proposed by Argentina. I'll just add it in. So I think this is meant to be in, okay, maybe, okay, so after the council, let's add it in there as a new sentence. Whoa. Okay, the committee acknowledged that members presented further comments in writing to the COAG Secretariat for their subsequent submission to the Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment as inputs to the process of elaboration, as inputs to the process of elaboration of the action plan. Thank you. Okay, and apparently it's not CRGAA, it is CGRFA. CGRFA. There. Okay, that reflects Argentina's proposed additions, I believe. I will give the floor now to Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I would like to suggest the insertion of a further new paragraph after 3, maybe, which would read as follows. The committee acknowledged the importance to promote agricultural practices that have an effective and proven impact on biodiversity, and stressed that strong links should be built between matters related to climate change and nature-based solutions, full stop. Furthermore, if you please can scroll down to what now might have become even more, stop, I request, 6 now. I would like to insert after, in the second line, after Convention Biological Diversity, comma, the Committee on World Food Security, CFS. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I give the floor to Switzerland.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Could I kindly ask you to go up a bit to paragraph 4? Thank you. In paragraph 4, paragraph 5, it has become paragraph 5. So in paragraph 5, we are lacking a reference to the state of the world's biodiversity, food and agriculture, and the respective need for reaching agreement on a policy response. So our proposal would be to insert after guiding and facilitating FAO support to countries in there, and then inserting attempt to reaching agreement on a policy response to the report on the state of the world's biodiversity for food and agriculture, comma.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't quite understand where you wanted it after technical support to members.
It's in line 2.
Ah, okay.
And there, starting with in their attempt to developing and reaching agreement on a policy response to the report on the state of the world's biodiversity for food and agriculture, comma, and in, and then continuing with what was before. Thank you.
Yes, repaid on the state. I think it's of the world's biodiversity, if I understood correctly. I should know the title off by heart. But I think it was the world's biodiversity for food and agriculture.
Exactly, thank you.
I will give the floor now to Sudan. Sudan, you have the floor.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to add good before add في النقطة الرابعة. The committee acknowledges the importance.
In the 4th paragraph,
a good gap. شكرا. ما قاعد تعدل يمكن يكون فيه نبي. في الفقرة الرابعة before.
In the 4th paragraph, before agriculture practices, we would prefer good agricultural practices.
Thank you, Sudan. That is so reflected. I will give the floor now to Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I hope you can hear me well. Concerning the additional paragraph, which is now the fourth one, we believe that good, it's not a very precise adjective to be added to this sentence. Maybe we could replace it for sustainable, meaning in our vision, the 3 dimensions of sustainability, of course. So sustainable agriculture practice, and maybe another adjective should be added after saying they have an effective and proven positive impact on biodiversity. Concerning the links with matters related to climate change, we believe it's unnecessary to state it here because it's already stressed by the biodiversity strategy, that it should be implemented in connection and complementary to the FAO climate strategy, and all those issues are reinforced in the biodiversity strategy. But besides that, we cannot agree with the reference to nature-based solutions because this is not a term internationally agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. So the suggestion is to put in square brackets in paragraph 4, starting with and, to the end of the sentence, I believe. I give the floor now to Argentina. Argentina, please go ahead.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chair. We will begin with Switzerland's contribution in paragraph 5. We agree with this inclusion. We understand that the policy response would be the action plan, which we refer to in our statement, which is why we request in the inclusion in paragraph 3 to involve the national focal points. So we do agree with that addition, provided in the process of developing this action plan, there be the inclusion, the involvement of the national focal plans within the Commission on Genetic Resources. Now regarding paragraph 4, first of all, we support the brackets from the statement made by Brazil because nature-based solutions are not a multilaterally agreed upon term. They are one type of solution and not all solutions that there could be to reach this goal. Likewise, the principle of this paragraph, since we are looking at some details, I think it's important to highlight what the goal of this action plan should be. So we would include at the beginning of this paragraph the following sentence, which I will read in English.
Highlighted that the action plan should aim at integrating biodiversity across agricultural sectors as a strategy to achieve sustainable food systems.
I'm sorry, Argentina, you've gone too fast. Could you start again? It should aim at?
Should aim at integrating biodiversity across agricultural sectors as a strategy to achieve sustainable food systems and nutrition, comma, and in that sense, comma, requested that key actions and deliverables outline a clear relation to food and agriculture. And then we can, luego se podría continuar.
And then we could continue the sentence with the suggestion made by, if I'm not mistaken, Switzerland, and the comments made by Brazil, namely promoting sustainable agricultural practices rather than good ones, and removing the last part of that sentence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. I see no further requests for the floor, so let's go up to the top and see where we are with all of these paragraphs. Paragraph 1, everyone was in favor. Okay, so paragraph 2, I think there was no objection on anyone, so I think we can delete that part that's in square brackets there on the including as an annex and go with, I believe, Argentina's suggestion for the process to be taken on the comments. So the first, which should include as an annex of compilation of comments by members, that part can be deleted, I think. Then we have the process described here on the submission. New paragraph 3, it looks like that is acceptable. New paragraph 4. So we had a suggestion for sustainable rather than good as being better understood within the FAO at least. So let's go with that. Let's delete good and delete the square brackets on sustainable. See what the reactions are. And then there was a suggestion to delete this last part. I didn't hear any strong objection at all to deleting that, so let's delete it now and see if whether we get an objection or not. Let's test the waters. Paragraph 5. It looks like there is no issue there. And paragraph 6, we're good. Paragraph 7, we're good. Okay. Oh, I will give the floor now to Brazil. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I thought we were checking only the first 4 paragraphs first. Oh. But I have a very small comment. It was the former 4th paragraph, I believe it's now the 6th. It says that FAO will reflect the outcomes of this process in the implementation of the strategy and its action plan. But I recall that the biodiversity strategy says that the plan of action should be updated and presented to the conference, taking into account that probably the post-2020 biodiversity framework will be approved after the next FAO conference. I believe that at least we can insert a language that says that the action plan will be updated and submitted to members' approval. I don't know exactly which will be the adequate governing body for members to approve it, maybe the council, and I stay in your hands on this regard. Thank you.
Okay, so and the strategy. Okay, so yes, I guess it would be a new sentence there after right where the cursor is, after action plan. The committee, what was it? The committee requested that that the revised strategy and action plan and its action plan, I guess. Sorry, that's it. Be presented to members for approval. It's hard to sort of say which body. I think it could be council or conference. It probably sort of depends on the timing of the revision, which is a bit uncertain since we don't know exactly when those processes will be finalized. So my suggestion is we just leave it as forwarded to members for approval. Oh. Okay, our excellent secretariat has had, I think, a good suggestions for wording, noting that the strategy, I guess the strategy is not being revised, it's the action plan that's being revised. So it would be the committee requested that the revised action plan, is that correct? No, that the action plan, please go ahead and insert your text suggestion. Reflect the outcomes-based stress. Okay, maybe when adopted by members, to be clear what we're talking about. I'm not entirely sure that that reflects what Brazil wanted, but I'll turn to Germany right now while I think about it. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. It's in this paragraph in line 2, I just noted that there is we have to change after diversity, the comma, we have to replace the comma with an and put the comma after the bracket CFS. Thank you.
And here I was hoping you were going to sort out my other problem. Thank you for that comma suggestion. Okay, so I guess the fundamental issue that we're trying to get at is we have an action plan that's going to be revised and go to council following comments from this meeting. And then it will be further revised once we have an outcome from these various other processes. And then just an acknowledgement that the further revisions should also be seen by members, I think is the intent. Perhaps I can suggest, Secretariat, that we change that in paragraph 6, that it read where you'd put when adopted by members, that we instead say, and its action plan, comma, with any revisions to be presented to members for approval. I think that is the intent of Brazil's suggestion. But Brazil will tell us herself. Brazil, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Indeed, the biodiversity strategy says that the strategy will be updated periodically to reflect new global agreements. So I believe your last suggestion captures our intention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Reassuring to hear. I give the floor now to the United States. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We agree with the addition from Brazil. I think one thing, and we've mentioned this in the past, due to the ongoing nature of negotiations in CFS documents, we would ask to change reflect, where it says CFS and requested FAO to reflect we would ask that to say consider. Replace reflect with consider the outcomes of these processes, just given the fact that these are still ongoing negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Okay, so I think where we're at is it's just changes to these last two paragraphs. I think the rest, if I'm not mistaken, was all okay from our last pass through. Yeah, it looks like we're done with square brackets up here. So let's finish up with 6 and 7. I'm also talking to give members time to react. Okay, that seems like a relatively small change suggested by the US. So I think just go ahead and make that change. And I see no calls for the floor, so I'm assuming Brazil's suggestion is also acceptable to members. And I am seeing no further requests for the floor, so I think we can consider this summary ready to go to drafting committee. All right. Thank you very much. I think that is much improved. I think what we will do now, because the strategic framework still has, summary still has some changes to be made. I'm going to suggest we move now to the written correspondence items and start going through those. So I have actually, this is a new process. Okay, the secretariat is calling me into line. They're concerned on the translation points and have asked, since the MyPow one is ready to go, the MyPow summary is ready to go, that we do this quickly before we turn to the written correspondence items. So with your indulgence, I'm making you shift through your papers on rapid succession. Let us look at the summary for item 4.3, our recent discussion on the multi-year program of work of the committee, I believe. There's something missing in the title. That's the first thing to fix. So if that can go up on the screen. So multi-year program work of the committee, draft share summary. This is a short one, and it is all visible to you now on the screen. I will read through it. The committee took note of the 2018-2021 MyPow report and the proposed program for 2022-2023, and welcomed the efforts of the committee in working towards achieving the SDGs. The committee welcomed the collaboration and coordination with the technical committees and invited the Bureau to explore the possibility of increasing collaboration during the intersessional period. The committee encouraged the Secretariat to continue analyzing global trends and emerging issues facing agriculture. I think that trends needs to be deleted, facing agriculture, including emerging threats such as desert locust and COVID-19. Oh, we've had a request for enlarging the text on the screen. We can make the text a little bigger. Hopefully that's good. So including emerging threats such as desert locust and COVID-19. Paragraph 4, the committee requested the Secretariat to monitor the impact of COVID-19, including on nutrition and in the context of the One Health approach, and welcomed FAO's COVID response and recovery program. The committee stressed the importance of farmers, civil society, and the private sector as observers in the work of the committee. So that is the report as currently drafted. I will open the floor for any comments. The entire, on any of the paragraphs, they're all visible to you now on the screen. Okay, I see no comments. So I think we can consider this one ready to go to drafting committee. Thank you very much. One more out of the way. The other summary is not yet ready, so we will have to go to written correspondence.
We can be ready.
Oh, can they be ready?
Can we? 4.4.
Okay, I thought I'd given a lot of revisions, but our secretariat is clearly very capable. So we will move to the summary, draft summary of item 4.1, FAO's Program of Work in Food and Agriculture under the FAO Strategic Framework. So again, I will read through the entire document, and then we'll return and start going back from the beginning. So paragraph 1, the committee noted with appreciation the achievements made by FAO to support and advance food and agriculture during the 2018-19 biennium, and acknowledged the developments and trends identified that are likely to influence FAO's future work with respect to the food and agriculture sector. The committee took note of the global developments and trends identified by FAO in the context of the corporate strategic foresight exercise. The findings of this exercise point to already identified and newly emerging interconnected drivers and related trends, including the outbreak of epidemics and pandemics such as COVID-19. The committee took note that the priority areas of FAO's work in food and agriculture in 2020-21 and beyond will derive from the identified trends and challenges while contributing to the achievement of FAO's strategic objectives, and this is central to the organization for delivering the SDGs. The committee welcomed and endorsed the main priorities identified for FAO's work in food and agriculture. The committee encouraged FAO additionally to maintain a strong focus on eradication of hunger and malnutrition while strengthening the following areas: digital agriculture, capacity development at country level for data, information, and tracking of SDG indicators for better decision-making, reducing food loss and waste, addressing climate change, biodiversity, and a strategy for innovation with inclusion of smallholder farmers. The committee called on FAO to strengthen its normative and standard-setting role and further focus on One Health, AMR, food safety, and addressing transboundary pests and diseases. The committee encouraged FAO to invest and advocate for all innovative approaches for sustainable agriculture and food systems while ensuring gender transformative approaches. The committee urged FAO to increase its technical capacity in priority areas of work highlighted. The committee supported FAO to play an active role towards the UN Food Systems Summit 2021, and the committee further called on FAO to review the ways the organization establishes its partnership for closer cooperation with other agencies around its top priorities. That is the text. I will open the floor now for comments on that text. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much indeed. My comment is on paragraph 3, Madam Chair. In the penultimate part, I would say addressing climate change and biodiversity in relation to food and agriculture. That's in order to remain within the scope of action of this organisation. Now on paragraph 4, maybe this is a question of language, but what are gender transformative approaches? Does that refer to gender balance or is it something else? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a term that's used relatively commonly, and it refers not just to gender balance, but to using a gender lens as you assess your approaches and taking ones that sort of promote that sort of thing. I guess that not very good answer was sufficient.
Sí, Presidenta.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. I'm not seeing actually any further requests for the floor, which makes me wonder if we've lost a connection. I give the floor to Germany. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Where to put that? Maybe it's already there. Okay, could you scroll down a bit, please? Food. So what I think we should mention here, make reference to, is the area of food systems and nutrition. So I do not, was that mentioned somewhere? Encourage additional to maintain strong focus on eradication of hunger and malnutrition. Maybe after hunger and malnutrition, the third line, we could insert food systems and nutrition. In paragraph 3.
Okay, so paragraph 3, the third, okay.
Yes, I think we should mention this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. The floor is open for any further comments, but I am not. I give the floor to Switzerland. Switzerland, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm still hesitating on where to place our concern, but in fact, we did, at least looking quickly through it, I didn't see any reference to the Food Systems Summit. So I'm asking myself, here's some
paragraph 4.
But considering the alignment of the strategic framework with the action tracks and the outcome of the UN Food Systems Summit, we are lacking a point of reference. So maybe we could enrich the sentence here in the sense that play an active role towards the Food Systems Summit, align its strategic framework with the action tracks and the outcome of the UN Food Systems Summit, which permits then afterwards considering the results of the Food Systems Summit. Thank you, Chair.
So I think, Secretariat, it should be align its strategic framework with the action tracks and the outcomes of the summit. I'm looking to Switzerland for confirmation. Yes, he's turned himself
Perfect.
off. He
Perfect.
must be confirming.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I give the floor now to Argentina. Argentina, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the addition from Germany on the agriculture, food systems and nutrition, we agree in taking that on board, but we're not convinced that this is the right place because it seems to be related to climate change and biodiversity where it is now. We would prefer to move it up the paragraph. Maybe after eradication of hunger and malnutrition. or somewhere else where it would seem to fit in better, but certainly not linked to climate change and biodiversity, because we are linking climate change and biodiversity to nutrition there, and that will be a bit complicated. Turning to the proposal from Switzerland on the outcomes of the summit, well, this is in line with what was raised by the United States elsewhere as well, because we don't know what the outcomes of the summit are actually going to be. And we don't know whether the framework should necessarily align itself with the action track. So we wouldn't actually include this addition here, at least not right now. Thank you.
Suggestion is to put that in square brackets. Okay, I give the floor to Sudan. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to make an amendment to line 4, addressing issues having to do with climate change and biodiversity. The speaker continues in English.
Issues related to climate change and biodiversity.
Sudan, I'm afraid we're not hearing you. Could you maybe try again, starting with your suggestion for the text?
Yes. Paragraph 3, line 4, please. Paragraph 3, line 4. After reducing food loss and waste, we would suggest adding, the speaker continues in English.
Addressing issues related to climate change and biodiversity. هل تسمعيني سيدة الرئيسة؟
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
I think we just have difficulties when you switch to English. We can't hear you because I think your English is probably going into the Arabic channel, would be my guess. So maybe, oh. And now I'm being piped through the entire red room. So maybe if you try it again in English, and AV will put you on the English channel. So please go ahead with your suggestion.
Okay, thank you. We can add it, addressing issues related to climate change, and biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. I will turn the floor to the Russian Federation, followed by Brazil. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, we propose in the 4th paragraph, where there's reference to gender transformative approaches, to use the concept of gender equality and women's empowerment. Instead of gender transformative approach, use gender equality and women's empowerment.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I give the floor to Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My comment is related to paragraph 4 and to the addition made by the delegate of Switzerland. We made a strong reference in our speech that the alignment should be done with the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. And in this regard, would also support what was said by the delegate of Argentina, that the action tracks were not defined by the membership of FAO, and we still don't know about the outcomes of the summit. So we would agree with deleting that part that is that is now under between brackets. Thank you.
Okay, further suggestions to, I would give the floor to the United States. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Could you scroll up to paragraph 2? We wanted to make note of the normative work, and I'm just trying to find out where it would best go, but I think, yeah, right around the committee took note that the priorities of FAO's work in food and agriculture in 2021, I think we would like to say, including the importance of norms and standards, and FAO's support to the Codex related science-based programs and the IPPC. And then I think we have to make it make sense. Is there anything else? Okay, that's the gist of it, I think.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion, US. I wonder, could we just scroll down for a second, Secretariat? I wonder if it might be, I'm not suggesting taking out your suggestion, but I just wanted to draw your attention to paragraph 4. The committee called on FAO to strengthen its normative and standard setting role, and talks about food safety and transboundary pests and diseases, and just wonder if that might also be a spot that you might consider for that addition. But we'll leave it as you've said it for now. And that was the suggestion, so we'll leave it in, but I just wanted to draw attention to that for consideration. So I give the floor now to Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Coming back to paragraph 4, I would like to thank both Argentina and Brazil for their comments, which are, of course, perfectly right. We don't know the outcome of the summit, nor have the action tracks been approved by this committee. However, we should, in our view, avoid to find ourselves in the situation as we are right now. So to say, the strategic framework does not consider developments arriving shortly after its adoption. So we could reflect about something in the lines of, and permitting FAO to adapt its strategic framework considering the outcomes of the summit. And then maybe the language needs a bit of cleaning. But that's at least the substantive element we would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Senegal, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairperson. Well, basically, Switzerland has just taken the words out of my mouth. I wanted to talk about the strategic framework and this taking account of the outcomes of the food summit. I mean, I think we seem to be moving in the same direction, and we cannot ignore the need to make reference to this. So I do fully support the proposal just made by Switzerland. It reflects very clearly my opinion and probably the general feeling as well. Thank you.
Okay, I give the floor to New Zealand. New Zealand, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think that change by Switzerland is a good one. I definitely more comfortable referring to future outcomes as opposed to the action tracks, given the points raised. I wonder if permitting is the right word, though. Is it COAG's role to, does COAG have a decision-making role here, or should we use a different word instead of permitting, maybe encouraged FAO, or to review and adapt as necessary or something?
Thank you for that suggestion. Argentina, I will give you the floor. Please go ahead.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. Well, in terms of this edition, we think we have a regular process established about the revision of FAO strategic frameworks. Right now, as we heard from Beth Crawford, drawing this up, and this strategic framework is set to be approved at the next conference, which would precede the Food Systems Summit, and clearly it's being worked on now. Now, I can't remember, and I'm not clear at this stage, what is a timing for it to be revised, but when the time comes, the members will be able at that point to take account of outcomes from that summit or any others that might be appropriate at the time. I don't think that COAG is a body which can preempt the possible revision of a strategic framework which still hasn't been drawn up. And so we feel that we could leave this type of consideration for further down the road and in other of FAO's governing bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. So the suggestion remains to delete that addition. I'm not seeing any further requests for the floor, so I give the floor to Switzerland. Switzerland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without wanting to prolong the discussion on this very much, I think we do have a situation right now where we do have the SDGs in place, a little time remaining to fulfill them or contribute to the fulfillment, and discussing just right now the adaptation of the strategic framework. And our fear is that we find ourselves in a comparable situation in a year time. So in one way or the other, either we pronounce ourselves concerning the Food Systems Summit, what we do with the first part of this phrase, so to support FAO to play an active role, and then it has to be also considered what's the outcome of that summit, or we don't pronounce ourselves at all. But encouraging FAO to play an active role, but then not permitting them to adapt the outcomes of the summit is not an ideal solution. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's let members mull that over as we go to the top, and we'll come back to this. So can we scroll up to the paragraph 1? Although I think there's actually, that might be the only remaining point, but just to double check. So yes, paragraph 1, paragraph 2 are fine. Scrolling down to paragraph 3, no outstanding issues there. Okay, well, that didn't give much time for mulling. Okay, so what I heard is that there are a few members who aren't happy with this addition, Switzerland has suggested we can, as an alternative, simply delete the entire reference. So starting with the committee supported FAO to play an active role. So the square bracket would be before the in the sentence just above there, yes. So a square bracket there and all the way to the end of that sentence. So we would just delete that sentence. And I see some reactions. So let's hear from Sudan, followed by Senegal. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that we need to remove the word considering, and I believe it needs to be replaced with aligned with the outcomes. Instead of considering, to use aligned with the outcomes. Thank you very much.
So the suggestion is in that red added part from Switzerland, it would be its strategic framework. Just leave it, put that in square brackets, considering. And the alternative suggestion is align with the outcomes. I will give the floor to Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The idea suggested by Switzerland, in my view, is not necessarily to remove the sentence altogether, but rather to try to find another consensus to maintain it in this paragraph. I think that we are being a bit pessimistic about the Food Systems Summit. The COAG is a very relevant committee to talk about this summit and its future outcomes. And we all know that it's within the same systems and the same goals that this summit will be organized. We are going to work in the areas of action. We are going to produce outcomes. So I don't see why we would be hesitant to include this, to be able to integrate the outcomes of the summit into the framework of the FAO's work. I suggest that we maintain this paragraph, and perhaps we could work with Argentina to find a wording which is more appropriate, but the idea of allowing the strategic framework to take into account or be able to take into account the future outcomes is absolutely necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. I will pass the floor to Indonesia. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We share our view with our colleague from Senegal and Argentina, and we are of the view that the committee is a relevant forum to talk about the UN Food System Summit, but at the same time, we are also not comfortable with the sentences in red. Therefore, we suggest this wording, if it is acceptable by other members, to replace the sentence in red. I will read that now. And took note the importance of the upcoming outcomes to achieve SDGs 2 and FAO's work. Thank you, and over.
Thank you for that constructive suggestion. I'd suggest, I took note of the importance, I would just say to be clear, of the summit's upcoming outcomes, maybe, just to be clear.
Yes, thank you.
There we go. Okay, so that's on the table. I will open the floor for any reactions. I don't see any reactions. So I am going to go ahead and say, let's go with Indonesia's suggestion, keeping my eye out. So go ahead and delete that part you've got done. Took note of the importance of the summit's upcoming out to achieve an FAO's work. All right. Thank you, Indonesia. We have a winner. All right, then I think we are done with this summary and can send it to the drafting committee for refinement as needed. And now, look at us. We are almost back on schedule. Kind of, sort of. We've narrowed our gap. We are no longer a day behind. We are 3/4 of a day behind. So we are going to turn now to the items that were done under written correspondence procedure. So these were 6 items. So I want to remind members, the written correspondence procedure was set out in the annex to the timetable of document COAG/2020/inf/1 and was adopted by the committee at the start of this session on Monday. For the 6 items identified to be handled through the written correspondence procedure, the introduction of the item by the Secretariat, the first round of comments by members, and the Secretariat's response were handled via correspondence, and the written exchanges are available in all official languages on the COAG website. Further to this written correspondence procedure phase, I will open each item for any interventions that members wish to make following the written correspondence phase in order to provide an opportunity for any additional clarifications required. And after that, I will present my draft conclusions on the item on the basis of both the written and any verbal exchange for agreement by the plenary. As per the other agenda items, once agreed, the summary will be forwarded to the drafting committee for review. In this regard, I wish to reiterate the status of decisions and outcomes of agenda items addressed through the written correspondence procedure is identical to any other agenda item. All agenda items are therefore addressed on an equal footing and irrespective of the procedure that is applied. So with that introduction, we will proceed to the first item to be addressed through the written correspondence procedures, which is item 2.12. The terms of reference of the International Platform for Digital Food and Agriculture. So the relevant document is COAG/2020/22. So those, the written comments are all in and provided. There's no need to repeat those. Those are in the records, but I am going to open the floor now for any comments, clarifications, or any reactions members have to perhaps other members' written contributions or the Secretariat response. And it's fine if there are none, so don't feel pressured to be intervening at this point, but also please feel free to do so. So the floor is now open for any comments, clarifications, questions, reactions on item 2.12. And I am seeing no requests for the floor. Oh, I will give the, okay. I will give the floor to the US followed by Japan. United States, you have the floor.
Okay, well, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I think we appreciate the opportunity to have supplied written comments on the document and the transparency that we were able to see. I think we don't want to reiterate what we put in written comments for the sake of time. I do want to make a general comment that this written procedure was conducted under very extreme tight time conditions. So we would note that there may need to be consideration for how discussion may be able to be facilitated if needed more time. The second thing, that in light of the Secretariat's response, which we read over carefully here, we appreciate their response. We do see that in a couple of places, we're left with not having a clear picture in terms of the intergovernmental group and how that would relate to the FAO governing body process, specifically in regards to policy recommendations. We've made it clear in our written comments and our earlier discussion on this topic in the council meeting that we did not see it necessary to redundantly go into the policy space area, since many of the cross-cutting topics are being addressed by other international bodies. We were notably concerned in a couple of places where we want to ask clarity about, particularly paragraphs, I think it's 10, 11, and 14, in respect to the ethical considerations that is concerning to us in terms of whether FAO has in its mandate anything related to resolving ethical considerations of this nature. So we want to kind of ask clarity in where that fits into the mandate. The second part is that we're left that, well, we have an autonomous, independent forum. We also see that there's a little bit of a distance being suggested that this body, which would be endorsed and created under the auspices of FAO, would not have the outputs and outcomes, particularly in policy recommendations and going before the fuller membership support in the governing bodies, which would actually add some strength to that. So I think that with that, we'd like to hear a little bit more. I don't think we're quite satisfied with the structure and the terms of reference for the way that the process would follow in that relationship between the intergovernmental group and the governing bodies. So we're looking forward to more discussion on this. And lastly, I think due to the nature of this too, I just want to remind all that because of the sensitivities that we may already see with this, that we may in fact have to do more consultation back with our capital on this. So I'm not sure our time permits today to fully complete all of that. So with that, I think I'll stop, and we look forward to the following conversation with our fellow member states and the Secretariat.
Thank you for that. I will give the floor to Japan, followed by Korea. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We already submitted a written correspondence document, but it's not updated yet. So we are sorry, but we want to make a short comment. Japan appreciates FAO for preparing the TOR of International Platform for Digital Food and Agriculture, item 2.12. With regard to the draft of term of reference, Japan has following comments. While this initiative is stated as voluntary, we are mindful that this platform will have broad implications and handle essential national data related to food security. We therefore think this is essential for this scheme to be governed in an appropriate, secure, and transparent manner with clear reporting procedure and accountability. And think there needs to be a greater elaboration on governance and reporting procedure in para 11D. For example, we note that in this TOR, there is no elaboration on the schedule or program of work from the inception phase. There is also no mention of how the members will be selected. We therefore request the inclusion of working procedures, discussion process with member states, and specific reporting and information disclosure procedures. The function of this platform should also avoid duplicating work of other international organizations. We also seek clarity on understanding what kind of data will exactly be handled in this platform over the short, medium to longer term, as this will also have governance and reporting implications. In this vein, we also suggest deleting paras 7D, 8A4, 8B5. Since this initiative is voluntary and thus partial in its participation, we do not think that it is appropriate to build in a policy recommendation rule. We also note that this function would be duplicated with other existing bodies. We also think that as a voluntary multi-stakeholder platform, we have to be mindful of the mandates of the respective bodies that are participating and the accountability issues that such a multi-platform would face. Finally, Japan requests that TOR should be considered by the next session of the finance and the program committees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Korea followed by Indonesia. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are generally supportive to this document and greatly appreciate the management for providing this document. We also submitted our comments through email and then checked the Secretary's written responses, but we'd like to make one suggestion regarding the intergovernmental representatives group, that is to increase the number of participants from each regional group. So in the last session of the council held in July, we expressed our concern on 2 participants from each group is insufficient in terms of representing the regional group. The level of digitalization is various even within the same regional group, and we'd like to we believe that by increasing participants, the intergovernmental representative group will properly reflect each regional group's opinion. So we'd like to hear from the management as well as member states. We would like to seek member states' view that whether there is any possibility to increase number of the participants from each regional group at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Indonesia followed by Philippines. Indonesia, you have the floor.
With Japan, we associate our opinion that the intensity of the traffic of the data could be also risky for food and agriculture. And what we foresee the importance of this platform is in improving agricultural management practices and in disseminating technology and information, and also in disseminating policy inputs. And for the technology, there is a growing need for having the digitalization, for instance, in detecting the plant nutrient deficiency or diseases. And this is a good way to speed up the implementation of the precision agriculture. And in association with the Republic of Korea's suggestion, we would like to add that Regarding the composition of the intergovernmental representative group, in the proposed document, participants in this group are based on the region of FAO member country. However, we would like to propose to add more consideration of the level of digital technology adaptation amongst member countries. We are hoping that the country with fewer resources to adopt the digitalization has a fair proportion in the group. With this, we can be sure that no one is left behind in terms of digital food and agriculture. Finally, we would like to see the balanced representation in the intergovernmental representatives group of the developed and the developing country members. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I will pass the floor to the Philippines. Philippines, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief. The Philippines is also one of the countries that have submitted comments under the written correspondence procedure. And in general, we are supportive of the platform and the proposed terms of reference, as we see the importance of this in not only the members, but also the other stakeholders that will be participating. And that's, I just have 2 points. And the first one relates to what I just said about, in our comments, we stressed the need for participatory consultation. And we are glad that in the Secretariat's response, there is this citing of the online multi-stakeholder forum that will be based on FAO Global Forum on Food Security and Nutrition. And perhaps in the future, we will also appreciate getting some periodic updates and progress reports, perhaps on how this is working. And second, as cited also earlier by other delegates, we would also appreciate clarity and on the linkage among governing bodies of this international platform. We would support what Japan has just mentioned about submitting this to the next technical committee meetings of the program and finance committees. And we will be interested in what has been cited in the Secretariat's response of them exploring sustainable funding for the platform. Thank you, Madam Chair, and over to you.
Thank you, Philippines. I will pass the floor to Sudan. Sudan, you have the floor.
Shukran.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I wish to assure that digitalization is one of the tools that actually enhance vertically our food systems, which helps in implementing the SDGs. We thank the FAO for this. These changes that will be carried out are extremely extensive, but we still have challenges that we have to face. Among such challenges is to specify how food systems can benefit from this tool for agricultural digitalization. We also have to specify how small farmers benefit from this. Another challenge that we must refer to is how to build capacities at the local level, especially technical capacities. We also have to face the lack of funding for digitalization, especially considering that certain countries have gaps in these fields. We need platforms at the national level to bridge such gaps and can actually help countries at many levels in enhancing the capacities of this digital platform. We reiterate that digitalization requires technical support as funding. Although this is a voluntary measure, we need several partnerships that enhance the benefit of small farmers from these tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudan. I have no further request. Oh, I will turn the floor to Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And we thank the FAO Secretariat for the flexibility shown by this written correspondence procedure, including the answers provided. We have quickly checked them, and one aspect which came to our mind is that we have asked for a more intensive participation of farmers' organization, the private sector, civil society, and the knowledge community. And the answer of the Secretariat in this respect was not very detailed, so we would kindly like to request to have a more detailed answer in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further requests for the floor, so I'm going to turn this over to the Secretariat to respond to these additional questions and comments from members. I believe Maximo Torero is here for that, so I will pass the floor to him. Maximo, you have the floor.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Thank you very much. And really appreciate all the comments we have received. There were more than 30 countries' comments, and we tried to summarize our responses for all of them. But let me go try to go backwards in terms of the comments. Switzerland and my colleague George Rapsamananikis will support in the answers. In terms of the more intensive participation of private sector, civil society, community, and so on, we are pretty on that. And remember, these are the terms of reference. This is not the design of what would be the strategy to bring them up. But clearly, they are part of the process. If you look at the diagram that we have in place, of how we will structure, and it was in the core document, we are trying to bring participation of basically academia, civil society, private sector, and farmers, of course, through farmer groups or through individual farmers. Give me a second. So we have all these, and we are trying to bring all them into the process. Of course, when we start doing after we got approval of the terms of reference and we start doing the implementation processes and how we are going to bring them, that's exactly where we go into the deep details. Clearly, we have to learn from the CFS and how the CFS is bringing the different components and of civil society, private sector, and how we can learn from those so that we can optimize and be efficient in the process. Remember that one of the core elements we have here in this platform is, given the sector that we are looking in the digital food and agriculture platform is so dynamic. We are looking for expertise in the different groups that can be part of the platform. So we're trying to look for expertise behind. In the Sudan, thank you very much for your comments, and exactly the idea is of this platform to help to work to flatten the divide in the topics related to food and agriculture. And we are very specific in the terms of reference that we are looking only at food and agriculture, because all other agencies are looking at other topics in regulation and in policy design. But in our case, we want to give the deep dive in trying to bring solutions of digital technologies to food and agriculture specifically, so that we can resolve those problems and try to minimize the huge differences that we face today. In terms of the participatory process and consultation, the process started with a huge participatory process in trying to understand where were the gaps and where this platform could have a role, and that's where we arrived to the design of the platform. We will continue along to try to identify the gaps where the platform can play a role. So it will be a continuous ongoing process, participatory process, to try to identify the priority topics where we try to bring solutions into the platform. And we responded to the questions regarding the funding, and that we will develop a very detailed funding plan so that we can assure sustainability of the proposal. Indonesia and the US raised the issue of data, and there is no mention of data across all the terms of reference. this platform is not supposed to collect data. This platform is supposed to facilitate solutions, but it's not a data platform. That's exactly the concept. It's a concept of bringing digital technologies and best practices. And we refer to best practices and not to only good practices, because from the good or from we want to select the ones which are the best. And of course that can be adapted to the location. But though that is the idea behind this platform, is not a system of information. So that needs to be very clear. We are not planning to collect data through this platform. FAO has mechanisms of data collection, which of course are under the FAO mandate and the FAO members structure. But in this platform, the idea is not to bring data in place. The idea of the platform is to bring best practices and best solutions and trying to facilitate the process, supporting technically governments so that in the specific topic of food and agriculture, we can resolve the problems that they are facing today. Korea requested the intergovernmental group to increase the participation, and if this is an option. We were looking at it. It was also requested by Switzerland in one of the comments, if I'm not incorrect. What we are aiming and what we ask for two per region is to have an agile system in place that we can respond quickly, given the technologies that we're talking are technologies that vary very fast. We can explore the possibility of expanding, but what we would like to start is with the current structure, and based on that assess how it evolves, and then based on that we see if there is a need to increase and the number of seats per region, so that we can increase the representation of the different countries in the regions. We hope that at this point we can start with this core structure and then explore as we move and as things evolve, and as we report it back to the council and to the entities of FAO, if we have to expand that. But I think it's important to start the process. It's really important to start the process. It was approved by the council, and really it's a clear need where we can elaborate in detail. Now, in terms of the comments raised by Japan, several things which are important. Again, it refers to data, handling data, and this platform is not a platform to handle data. So that has to be clear. If you search in the terms of reference, there is no one reference to data to what I have tried to search. So it's not a platform for data. It's a platform for bringing best practices on digital technologies, specifically for the use in food and agriculture, where we can facilitate, reduce gaps, reduce asymmetry of information, reduce market failures, and help things to evolve by sharing these best practices well documented across the board. In terms of the governance structure that was commented by Japan, I think the governance structure is consistent to what we produced in the document that was an initiative that was approved by the council, which basically have the intergovernmental representative group, where the selection of 2 members per region, the coordination unit, the advisory committee, the multi-stakeholder forum, and the ad hoc working groups, depending on the topics and the specialization of the topics that we'll bring into it. We have tried to bring as much information as possible in this design of the terms of reference, and we want to have a simple structure, as I mentioned before. Regarding on how the members of the intergovernmental representative group will be selected, the only request that we put in is that these have been people recommended by the regions, which will have technical expertise, because we want to have people that can look at the technical part. Remember, we are going to report as we respond. We are going to report to the council, and we're going to report to the committees. But the important thing is that in the core of the platform, like is the case of AMIS or like is the case of other platforms, we want to have technical expertise so that we can make proper decisions, and the organization can make proper decisions on what will be recommended as a best practice as a result of this. There was a comment regarding, I think, 7D. So when we refer to support in all the points, 7B, 7C, 7D, which I think also was referred by the US, if we look carefully at it, we say in 7B, undertake analysis and provide the scientific evidence on the benefits and potential risk of digital technologies on food and agriculture in accordance with national conditions. In 7C, create and strengthen linkages between international multilateral fora mandated for the digital economy and those for the food and agriculture to improve coordination. So we are being inclusive of the existing entities for sure, and we have said this several times. We are not going to override, we're not going to duplicate. We're very clear that we're working the same in 7D, support policymakers to formulate policies by developing recommendations, best practice, and voluntary guidelines that can address the technical, economic, social, and ethical challenges of food and agriculture is facing in the context of the digital technology. So all the activities, all the objectives are related specifically to food and agriculture, which by default, we avoid any duplication or overriding any other entity which is mandated to look at the overall regulations like ITU, for example, of those topics. So we are trying to minimize as much as possible any potential duplication or any potential concern in that respect. Then I think it was a reference to paragraph 10. It says additional technical and policy experts from the international organizations can join the advisory committee subject to be approved by the Intergovernmental Representative Group. The coordination unit of the platform will act as the convener and chair of the advisory group. And this is basically to bring experts in the topic of reference for us. The same applies, and everything is conditional to the approval of the intergovernmental group. Therefore, that allows them to have the decision over who can come in and who can come not in. But again, it's very important to have very clear that we are not duplicating any mandate of any agency that already exists. I think, and also it's a very inclusive process. In paragraph 9, we basically specify that participants in the advisory committee will include technical and policy experts from international organizations and multi-stakeholder groups. There will be 13 participants with 1 participant from each of them, from the African Development Bank, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the International Fund for Agriculture, the International Telecommunications Unit, the Organization for Economic Cooperation, and the World Organization of Animal Health, and the World Food Program, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization, farmers organizations, and the private sector. So we are trying to be inclusive of all the different players to be able to bring a solution to that. And the final thing is regarding the questions related to the mission and objectives of the platform in formulating policy recommendations, as I have already mentioned. We are saying that the best practice and voluntary guidelines, it may be recalled that the platform will not be an autonomous legal entity of FAO or a FAO body. The platform will facilitate the exchange of knowledge on best practices and policy frameworks that promote the digitalization of food and agriculture within the mandate of FAO, and its recommendations will be voluntary and not binding. And in the answer 3 that we sent, so in response to the comments regarding the risk of duplication, and this is very important, also referred by the US, of activities under the mandate of other international organizations, it is important to note that the platform, through its advisory committee, will create close synergies with international organizations, including those mandated in policy areas related to digital technologies and the digital economy, such as the International Telecommunications Union. The objective will be to strengthen collaboration and, more importantly, awareness in the organization's mandate with the digital economy on issues related to digital technology in food and agriculture, and include these issues in their discussions without duplicating or prejudging their activities. So we are going to give them information. We are not going to duplicate their mandate. Our emphasis on food and agriculture. So with that, let me pass to George if he wants to add something. George, please. With your respect, Chair.
Yes, I pass the floor to George. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just one point. When we went to the drawing board, we faced a problem, and the problem was to strike a balance between regional representation, inclusiveness, and having an agile and light structure. And this is why we propose that in the heart of these initiatives, we will have 12 FAO members representing the FAO regions. To broaden the representation, we have to think about a new formula, and we could adapt the formula of the Intergovernmental Technical Panel on Soils from the Global Soil Partnerships. If we do that, we arrive to 27 members parsimoniously. We will do our best to address this trade-off between representation and having a light structure. And we will try to do the same with the stakeholders, with the private sector, with the farmers, with the consumers, and with agribusiness. What we try to do is to include umbrella associations and organizations in the advisory committee. For example, like the World Farmers Organization. These umbrella associations are more likely to have the expertise. But when we go down to the online multi-stakeholder forum, then everyone can join the discussion. There we will have smallholder farmers, small business, local and national organizations. So that was my point, sir. Thank you very much, and over.
Thank you, Secretariat. I will now open the floor for comments and reactions from members. I see one already. So I'll pass the floor to Argentina. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. Thank you for having given me the floor. I'm extremely grateful to the Secretariat for these comments. Like most delegations, we've sent in our comments and suggestions in writing. I did want to take the floor, however, to raise certain issues. First and foremost, I would like to stress once again what's always been said in previous debates on this issue, particularly in the last meeting of Council, where Argentina reiterated its support, conceptual support to the creation of the international platform for digital food and agriculture. I support the idea. We are happy that it was approved and we share its objectives. However, I would also like to say that apart from the comments that we've made on the basis of conversations with other countries in my region and other developing countries, we would like to raise certain concerns on some points. And I would ask that after this Committee on Agriculture has finished, we should continue to keep the dialogue and the conversation open so that we can continue to feed into management's vision by incorporating some of the ideas and suggestions that countries may already have formulated but are still working on. There are 3 questions, for example. One in particular on the composition of the intergovernmental body. There are certain concerns there as to how this intergovernmental body should be composed. It's perfectly logical, the logic, and I repeat logic and logic again, of management to have this flexible, dynamic approach with experts who could very quickly discuss and react to issues debated there. But it's also important to understand that very often an expert may have a more microscopic, more concentrated vision in respect of their own expertise, and may leave outside an entire strategic policy vision which representatives of governments may indeed have. So maybe what I should say, the one thing I will say on this, that it's the member states who, in conversations with their regional groups should establish who these experts will be. They may be digital experts, but they may also be governmental representatives who work very closely with experts. So the point I'm making here is that I think it's important for us to be able to define the profile of the people who will comprise this intergovernmental platform, this committee. I do understand management's logic, of course, but I also understand the logic of certain member states who are really stressing this aspect. Well, there are some points also relating to the question of funding for the platform. As we said during Council, we have to avoid generating an additional budgetary burden for FAO. So it's a question of that would mean redistributing resources and maybe taking funds away from initiatives already underway. This body should not have, or this should not have an impact on voluntary or private funding possibilities, insofar as the intergovernmental group should actually be able to control that to avoid labelled appropriations and contributions. So I think it's very important that we stress this for the intergovernmental structure. A further point that we expressed in writing, but which has not been taken into account by the Secretariat, or they reiterated their position. I would like to reiterate ours as well. And this is on the proposal for the platform to draw up recommendations, best practices and voluntary guidelines. We think that the term best practices should be replaced by good practices. As I say, we've made this point in writing, but we want to reiterate it now. So that term, good practices, allows us to understand that working methods may be useful depending on the context, the capacity and the priorities of each country. Whereas if we say best practices, at least the way we say this, it's prejudicing alternatives which would maybe allow you to achieve equal outcomes. The point is that this concept of best practices doesn't seem very scientific. I think what we should be thinking about is rather good practices. I don't think good practices contradicts management's objectives for this project. But as I say, this is something we've discussed in various different committees. So we are standing by our position and reiterating it once again here. Finally, in respect of the future drafting of recommendations and possibly voluntary guidelines, Argentina believes that these outcomes could also enjoy input from the platform and so should be drawn up within the competent FAO bodies through formal consultation processes which are inclusive and transparent, where members actually play a central role. These documents in any case should be produced under strict control on the basis of scientific evidence, taking account of the aspects of the Sustainable Development Agenda, Agenda 2030, bearing in mind the scope of possible documents in order to avoid conceptual approaches being established which would create obstacles to the overall food situation globally. Now, this reflects a position we've stressed in all debates on this issue. We are not preempting on the objectives, but we are very sensitive to issues of debate of guidelines, which in the future could affect or distort international trade. So to be logical and consistent, this is something I must flag up now. Finally, Madam Chair, let me repeat that my country supports this concept and this initiative. We believe that FAO will be leading the UN system agencies in involving technology in solving global problems. We are convinced that if we continue this dialogue, we will manage to move forward with an excellent platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. The floor is open for reactions, comments from any other members. Seeing none, I will pass the floor to the United States. US, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you again for the opportunity to take to the floor the second time. This is a very fruitful and beneficial dialogue. I think what I'm hearing is that there are member states who still remain concerned about the construction of the governance structure, as well as how that relates to FAO governing bodies. I do appreciate a couple of points that I think member states have put forward and the response of the Secretariat. We do appreciate some of the answers. I think there was one of our questions earlier that was not touched on by the Secretariat regarding, I think it's paragraph 11 and the ethical considerations. I think that I was still looking for explanation for how that relates to FAO's mandate. I do want to kind of say that we, in our written comments, had offered what we think would be a good starting place for the knowledge sharing function and mandate of this body. We believe that is critically important. I think we've heard about every country that's intervened so far say so, and much of that was reiterated in the written comments across the board. So we are fully in favor of the knowledge sharing part. I think where we have deeper concerns is on the governance, and particularly in the formulation of policy recommendations. Lastly, a new question I think has risen that we want to also ask about. In the intergovernmental group, if we're nominating experts, I think if I recall correctly, there was a note about these experts would be functioning possibly in their individual capacities. And so I want to come back for clarity to understand if experts are nominated, and they are from the governments of member states, are they serving as an individual capacity, or will they be representing their governments? And more importantly, I'm wondering if they would represent then fully, I think as Argentina raised in their intervention, whether or not the importance is for identifying the experts that can be essentially consensus confirmed within their region to represent their region too. So I'd like to hear a little bit more from the Secretariat or other member states on these finer points that we're raising in this intervention. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, US. I see no further requests for the floor, so I'll turn the floor back to the Secretariat to respond to those additional questions. Maximo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Let me try to answer, and thank you very much to both Argentina and the US for their additional comments. Regarding the comments of Argentina, for sure, the idea is that this design should be improved as we move in whatever area we see improvement. So dialogue, continued dialogue and communication with the members is crucial for that, and we are completely on board on that. The composition of the intergovernmental group, what we are asking is that the regions and of course the members define the process in which they will select and they will elect the 2 representatives for each region. And that's how we want them to be part of this intergovernmental group. So we agree that the members are the ones that will define that. We are not going to define that. We are basically asking to representatives, similar to what, for example, has happened with the Food System Summit, where 2 representatives of the regions has been appointed. Now, the schemes of funding and being sure that these are not targeted or with a special bias, I think that's part of the importance of the design of the funding strategy. FAO has a lot of experience in mechanisms where basically we assure neutrality of the funding so that it can be used properly to allocate the resources to the activities approved by the governance of the international platform, so that we avoid and minimize any potential risk in that sense. I think we have gained experience in the different mechanisms that we have in place. I have a lot of knowledge on how AMIS works, for example, so that those potential risks are going to be minimized. And that's, I think, at the heart of the design of the structure. In terms of calling it best practices versus good practices, as I explained, the job for us is to identify for the countries what are the best options they will have. So good practices could be many. And of course, countries can adopt good practices. All these that we're referring is voluntary. We just offer the menu of practices. But one of the jobs that we foresee from this mechanism is that a criteria to identify what is a best practice should be put in place. And that criteria should have as an element, of course, that it has to be adaptable to the local reality, as Argentina was saying. But the reason we call it best rather than just good is because from the good, we want to choose the best, the most cost-effective ones, the ones that could really make countries leapfrog. But again, the menu of options have to be put in place. The criteria will have to be defined within the platform governance, and based on that criteria, all the good practices that are identified can be classified. And then the country will choose if they choose from the good practice or if they prefer to go to the one classified as best practice, where a very transparent criteria has to be identified, which for sure should include specificities of the country where it's going to be implemented. In terms of the scientific evidence of the documents, I think that's a sure. The idea is that the evidence that we have to bring, that's why we need to clearly identify a criteria, and that's why we're urgent to have technical people in this platform so that we can have the best possible mechanism to have the best possible peer review and the best possible scientific base of everything it is being recommended. This is very important because you don't want to commit mistakes of recommending things which are not scientifically proven and scientifically based. In that sense, the assurance is that we want to have the best possible scientific evidence, and we have to put in place a system of peer review, like the system I am referring to define what a best practice it is. The US referred to, and sorry, I forgot to answer the question of ethical. Basically, what we are meaning by ethical here, and we can put a note on the terms of reference if needed, is trustworthy, human rights based, and sustainable. That's what we are looking. The issue of governance, and we put in the terms of reference that the members of the intergovernmental group will be in their own individual capacity. First of all, they will be representing a region because there will be 2 representatives of that region, and they are going to be technical. So we want them to be able to express their technical skills in the process. For sure, given that they are selected in a process through a process that the regions will decide and the members of those regions will decide, they will bring their own mechanisms of their governments. But what we want them is to have the capacity of express the technical expertise in the platform. But at the end of the line, they respond to the members of the region that they have been selected in the process they have been selected. Similar to what right now we have in the advisory board of the Food System Summit. So, Chair, with your permission, I don't know if George would like to add something to that. Back to you, Chair.
George, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just the issue about the Intergovernmental Representatives group. As Maximo mentioned, we would like to have technical experts, and these will participate in this group in their personal capacity. But at the same time, we will include reporting mechanisms to the FAO governing bodies. We will do that in the next version of the terms of reference. So substantive outputs of the platform, such as, for example, voluntary guidelines, will be discussed by all FAO members, either in the organization's technical committees or in the FAO Council. Thank you very much, and over.
Thank you, George. Floor is open, of course, to members, but I'm not seeing any requests. So if there's no further requests for the floor, we can move to the looking at the draft summary of this item. Oh, I will give the floor now to the United States. The United States, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I apologize for taking the floor again, but I do have just another question, if I may. Looking back to what the council actually said in its report, we note particularly, it was paragraph 21 and sub-item K, that these terms of references were to be discussed, reviewed in several technical committees going out, I think, into 2021. We had the COAG, the COFI, the COFO, and then the program committee and the council too. So I think in line of what I heard other countries suggest for the program, in addition of finance committee, that what I'm struck by or curious to know is the timing on this, because there will be ongoing comments coming from these technical bodies that will stretch at least into the spring of 2021. So maybe if I could indulge one more moment to have the Secretariat kind of maybe describe or explain, you know, how we will get through all these technical committee reviews and then subsequently find a landing spot in terms of a full consensus by the body of member states in this process before we go deeper into the establishment of a functioning term of reference. I think now we have on the table that is still not yet agreed. So with that, over.
Thank you, US. I'll turn the floor back to the Secretariat for a response. Maximo. Or if Maximo is not there, I don't know, George, if you wanted to take that or.
Thank you, Chair. Maximo is probably unable to be with us at that moment. We are discussing this initiative in COFO on the 8th of October. And then we will have to discuss it in COFI in the new year, the program committee, and then to the FAO Council. We have time. Every time we discuss the terms of reference with the technical committees, we have time to develop them, further and to refine them. So we will follow exactly this procedure, and by the time we will have the council meeting, we will be able to have achieved a consensus on this initiative, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you, George. I see no further requests for the floor. So if the committee agrees, we will turn now to the draft summary for this agenda item. If I can ask the Secretariat to put it up on the screen. You are seeing it in its entirety. There's nothing further down below. So as usual, I will read through the entire proposed summary and then we can discuss. So paragraph 1. The committee expressed its support for the International Platform for Digital Food and Agriculture and welcomed the document COAG/2020/22 on the terms of reference of the International Platform for Digital Food and Agriculture. 2. The committee requested FAO 2. 1. Ensure that the initiative will create synergies between international organizations and stakeholders and strengthen coordination between them without duplicating their activities under their respective mandates. 2. Include in the terms of reference reporting mechanisms through which voluntary guidelines from the platform on issues related to digital food and agriculture are submitted to the FAO members for consideration. 3. Develop a solid funding plan based on voluntary contributions. And 4, continue developing and refining the terms of reference for the platform for further review by the Program Committee and the FAO Council. That is the proposed summary. I will open the floor for reactions from members. I will take a little time. I will give the floor to the United States, US. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So if we can look at in the opening preambular paragraph, I think we heard from many member states some expression of questioning about the terms of reference. I'm not convinced that it was a full welcoming across the board in the document that we had before us. There was much discussion in the written comments. I think there were 30-some countries that offered written comments. So I think in changing the word welcome to takes note would be appropriate there. So if we could put that insertion, takes note, and then bracket welcomed. I think there's no doubt that members are welcoming the concept for the digital platform. That's very clear, but I'm not yet sure they're welcoming of the terms of reference, and that would prejudice, I think, the outcomes that we look for in the COFO, and further in program and council. So with that, we would ask that change. And then down to the second sub-bullet under the committee requested. I think there with a small insertion, we'd like to reference in terms of the text of submitting to the FAO members for consideration, if we could add at the end, through the FAO governing body process. And I think that does it for now. We'll see how the direction goes in further refinements, but I think that's what we would feel comfortable with. Thank you, and over.
Thank you, United States. I guess just a minor suggestion there in paragraph 1, it probably should be took note, since everything's being conjugated in the past in these reports. Took. The floor is still open for comments, reaction on any part of this summary. I am not seeing any requests for the floor. So if there are no further requests for the floor, I guess we will consider that we can delete welcomed and leave it as took note of. And then I will consider that this summary is ready to go to the drafting committee. Thank you to members for that detailed, but I think constructive and informative discussion on this agenda item. So with that, we will move to the next item that was part of the written correspondence procedure. That is item 3.3, report of the Global Soils Partnership. So the relevant document is COAG 2020/18. And the floor is now open to members for any further comments, questions, clarifications based on their further thoughts or reactions to what they saw in the written comments and the responses from the Secretariat. So the floor is now open. I am seeing no requests for the floor. So I do. Oh, thank you. I give the floor now to China. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. We support the documents provided by the Secretariat regarding the decision of the International Exchange under the Global Soil Laboratory. We support this suggestion, but I have a suggestion, which is during the implementation phase, we have to adopt a transparent, inclusive, scientific, and evidence-based principles. We hope that FAO can put forward a detailed implementation plan so that FAO can adopt some important measures and that the samples of the soil can be conform to the test and certification. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I will give the floor to Sudan. Sudan, the floor is yours.
شكرا سيدي الرئيسة للفرصة.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. We have a few recommendations. The Global Soil Partnership has some policies that need to take into account some national laws. We propose that the Global Soil Partnership be converted into a global partnership within FAO, and for it not to be a voluntary alliance. We would like it to be called a soil partnership for healthy soils for sustainable development, and we would also like climate change to be included as well. We also recommend that this global soil partnership establish partnerships with international conventions, like the Convention Against Desertification. And we would like to ask FAO to attach particular attention to countries in order to ensure monitoring of activities in this area. We also need to see training for official staff who work in the area of soils. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudan. I'll give the floor to Korea, followed by Russia. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although the written comment have been submitted, I'd like to make a remark about them if time allows. Firstly, the Republic of Korea is one of member of countries participating in Global Soil Laboratory Network. Due to the complex custom clearance procedure here in Korea, we highly support the necessity of developing a simplified procedure for the exchange of soil samples at the international level. Secondly, some of the standard analytical soil analytic method of Republic Korea is different from those suggested by GSP for carrying out inter-laboratory comparisons. One-time use of a GSP method does not produce continuous and reliable data. Hence, the development of data conversion tool is required for harmonizing soil analytical data. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea. I give the floor to the Russian Federation. Russia, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, we'd like to note the contribution of GSP to raising awareness around the sustainable use of soil and the developing of mechanisms to deal with greenhouse gas emissions. We note the high effectiveness of the work despite the limited financial resources. Russia has made significant financial contributions to the work of the GSP. However, it's clear that the resources aren't enough for the GSP, and we call upon members to support the GSP financially. We confirm our support to the Secretariat's proposal for the GSP to become an official body in FAO, and we think it's important to receive information from the Secretariat on the financial impact of such a move. We are not opposed to the adoption of the resolution for the international exchange of soil samples for research purposes, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rashda. I see no further calls for the floor, so I will pass the floor to the Secretariat for any reactions. I will pass the floor to Maria Elena Semedo. Maria Elena, you have the floor. Or to Eduardo Mansour.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think I have been listed as the one to reply to this agenda item, and I'm very honored to do so on behalf of the Secretariat. And I am assisted here with the Secretary of the Global Soil Partnership, Mr. Ronald Vargas. We received 14, let's make sure it's correct, comments and questions in the written format that has been addressed, and I would like to refer also to the 3 points raised or the 4 points raised by China, Sudan, Korea, and Russian Federation. We appreciate what China mentioned regarding the need to have detailed plans and transparent, inclusive process for the adoption of the resolution and the paper. And we thank very much China's support on this. We took clear note of the request of Sudan for capacity development, which is one of the main activities dedicated by the Global Soil Partnership, and its strong support for the formalization of the GSP, as you know, and it is stated in our reply, in our written reply. We will, as stated in the document, the Secretariat will provide the information on the costs and the implications involved, including for non-state actors, for the appreciation of the next session of this committee. Regarding Korea's comment on the development, the data conversion tools for harmonizing soil under Glossoland, we welcome the request, and we took due note of the complexity of the issue being dealt with. We thank Korea for the proactive and supportive position. And of course, the same for Russian Federation regarding their remarks. And let me we will take the advantage, Madam Chair, to thank the countries that have been providing financial support for the development of activities of the Global Soil Partnership, with special reference also to Russian Federation and Thailand, the Kingdom of Thailand, as they provide concrete support for the Glinka Prize that's attributed on the World Soil Day, and for the World Soil Day celebrations as the King Bhumipol Prize. So we are particularly thankful for this. With your permission, Madam Chair, I would like to invite the Secretary of the GSP to complement any of the questions that may have been raised and I have not covered sufficiently from the Secretariat point of view. Mr. Vargas is online and he could probably complement what is stated by the countries.
Okay, thank you. I will pass the floor now to the Secretary of the Global Soil Partnership. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to all members who have expressed support and also some questions regarding the Global Soil Partnership. And definitely regarding the specific questions on the institutionalization, we took note and the Secretariat will proceed with the full assessment on the implications for this institutionalization. Particular attention was given to the role of non-state actors and the current structure of the GSP if an eventual institutionalization will take place. So we will work on that. Also, very clearly, there has been a lot of support to the work of the Global Soil Laboratory Network. And in there has been a clear request for trying to develop alternative protocols and methods in order to support the harmonization of soil laboratory procedures and data. So we are currently working on that, and indeed during this week we have regional meetings with the different laboratories to pursue this activity. Otherwise, I believe that most of the questions were already addressed in the written answer provided and also expressed by Mr. Mansour. So we thank again all the active members of the Global Soil Partnership and invite them to be part of the upcoming activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see a request for the floor, so I will give the floor to Chile. Please go ahead.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to know how we're going to proceed with the text of the resolution. Are we not going to adopt the text of the resolution now?
Una pregunta.
It's a question that I'm asking. Are we going to approve the text of the resolution now?
Well, as I understand it, when we look at the report, the summary report of this item, it will include an item saying that the committee endorsed the resolution. And then when we adopt the report, I assume the resolution will be annexed to the COAG report. And so that will be effectively the endorsement of the resolution.
En ese caso, nosotros tenemos.
In that case, we have a comment to make. In the second to last paragraph of the resolution, which we'd like to include a particular sentence. It would be easier if it could perhaps be brought up onto the screen.
sí, nos gustaría ver
Yes, we'd actually like to see the text of the resolution itself.
If I may, Madam Chair, if I may assist.
Yes, you may certainly assist.
I think that the distinguished representative from Chile is referring to the text that is on page 5, at the page 5 of the COAG document 2020-18, number 3, Roman 3, that says resolution for international exchange on soil samples for research purpose for under glossoland, paragraph 9. I think this is what she's referring to. So if the colleagues from the Secretariat could put this text, she may confirm the distinguished delegate.
no, in the next page, we have an annex here, annex 1. Yes, I'm interested in estoy interesada en el.
In the second to last paragraph, that's what we'd like to have a look at. That's right. So here it says, takes note of the need for glossoland to have a simplified procedure. We agree that there is a need for a process here for the international exchange of soil samples for research purposes, and there needs to be a good procedure in place. However, we think it would be better to include all the phytosanitary aspects. So that's why in this paragraph we'd like to include particular text which would read, including all of the phytosanitary standards established for each country, but which need to be verified by national competent authorities.
I think our challenge with writing it out is that the document is a PDF. So we don't have the Word version. Eduardo, if you have a Word version or Ronaldo, perhaps you could email it.
There is it. Take note the need to have Lo leo de nuevo en.
I'll read it once again. So at the end, where the original text ends, purposes, comma, in line with the phytosanitary standards established by each country, which need to be verified by competent national authorities.
Sí.
Yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. I think just as a correction, it should be to be verified by national competent authorities. So Secretariat, I think you need to delete the first competent there. It should be the need to be verified by national competent authorities. Thank you. All right. So this is a suggestion for an explicit noting that phytosanitary standards will need to be, okay. Yeah, okay, so that's making it explicit that the national competent authorities will still be establishing the phytosanitary standards required. I open the floor for any comments on, I mean, let's discuss this. Whoa. I open the floor for member reaction to this suggestion by Chile. I am not seeing any. So I am going to take it that that is acceptable then to members. And so when we get the report, it will include that revised resolution. Right, now I've gotten confused. Okay, we were still having the discussion. We haven't looked at the summary report yet. Thank you. So now that we've looked at what would be an annex to the report, let's turn our attention to the draft summary report for this item 3.3, report of the Global Soil Partnership. So I will read it through in its entirety, and this is its entirety. It's only 4 paragraphs. Paragraph 1, the committee welcomed the progress made by the Global Soil Partnership in combating soil degradation and promoting sustainable soil management since its establishment. The committee invited members to continue this proactive approach towards sustainable soil management and to be an active partner of the Global Soil Partnership. The committee acknowledged the findings of the evaluation of the GSP and requested the Secretariat to carry out a detailed analysis of the legal and financial implications, including on the involvement of non-state actors, the decision-making process, the roles of the regional soil partnerships and focal points in the case of an institutionalization of the GSP as a FAO statutory body. The committee asked that the findings of the assessment be submitted to the 28th session of the COAG. And paragraph 4, the committee endorsed the resolution for international exchange of soil samples for research purposes under GLOSOLAN. The committee noted that the use of this resolution is not mandatory, but can be of use to countries that deem it necessary. So I will open the floor for reactions to the draft summary. I am not seeing any. So if there are no comments, I will consider that this draft report is ready to go to the drafting committee. So thank you for that. We can now move on to the next item on this written correspondence portion of our agenda, which is item 4.2. Implementation of the recommendations of the 26th session of the committee. The relevant document is COAG/2020/3. And as with previous items, I will now open the floor for any further comments, questions, clarifications that members wish to make in addition to the comments submitted through the written procedure. The floor is open for member comments. I give the floor to Indonesia. Indonesia, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair. Indonesia would like to make briefly statement under this agenda item. Apologies as we haven't submitted the written correspondence. Indonesia takes note and appreciates the comprehensive updates on the implementation of the 26th recommendation of the previous session of COAG. This committee is an important driver in guiding FAO and provides strategic advice in assisting its members to achieve the SDGs. Indonesia in particular would like to deliver a few comments regarding the globally important agricultural heritage system or GIA. Firstly, we are pleased with the new GIA guidelines, which provide clearer and practical guidance for formulating proposals and assisting member countries. We encourage FAO through GIA Secretariat to continue developing and refining criteria and indicators, especially for the monitoring and evaluation of the site's dynamic conservation plans to ensure that the optimum benefits of the site designation will be gained by beneficiaries, especially the farmers. Lastly, we are pleased to share that Indonesia at the moment is finalizing our first GF proposal to be discussed at the next Scientific Advisory Group meeting at the end of November. We hope this time our proposal will meet the SAG approval and Salak, or Salaka Fruits Agroforestry System in Karangasem, Bali, will finally be the first GS site in Indonesia. I thank you, Madam Chair, and over.
Thank you, Indonesia, for those comments. I see no further requests for the floor, so I will pass to the Secretariat for any reaction. I'll pass the floor to Beth Bechtel. I beg your pardon. I'll pass the floor to the COAG Secretary.
Yes, thank you very much for your comment, Indonesia. I can report that with regard to the recommendation on the GIAS program, regular briefings in the development of such indicators have been made and progress made in the development of the program to the COAG Bureau. And this will continue as part of the implementation monitoring of the recommendations. So this, your particular highlight and recommendation is taken note. And it's one of the 27 recommendations from the last COAG session. So, and we will confer with the technical division responsible for the program. Thank you.
Thank you, COAG Secretary. I am seeing no further requests for the floor, so I think our deliberations on this item are done in the two parts of written and now just this latest oral one. So we can pass at this point to the draft summary of this item 4.2. If the Secretariat can put it up on the floor. So I will read through this draft. Again, it's 4 paragraphs, so you are seeing the summary in its entirety. The committee took note of COAG 20/3 and commended of document COAG/2020/3 and commended FAO on the implementation of the recommendations. Recognizing the importance of regular reporting on COAG recommendations, the committee requested FAO's continued reporting, including on the 2030 agenda and progress on SDG implementation, innovation, the Rural Youth Action Plan, family farming, fall armyworm, peste des petits ruminants, agroecology, and GIAS. Recognizing the importance of the reduction of food loss and food waste, the committee requested regular reporting on follow-up actions on the voluntary code of conduct for food loss and waste reduction, and appealed to its members to support the implementation of the code of conduct and related initiatives. In view of the importance of FAO's role and work in supporting sustainable food systems, the significance of which has been further highlighted during the COVID-19 crisis, and considering the upcoming UN Food Systems Summit in 2021, the committee requested regular reporting on related initiatives and actions. I will now open the floor for any comments or reactions to this draft summary. I give the floor to Argentina. Argentina, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would refer to paragraph 3. Here we are dealing with the code of conduct, and based on the discussions that we had on this item, that code of conduct has not yet been adopted. So perhaps we should mention that this would apply once the code of conduct is adopted.
That paragraph to say related initiatives, comma, once the code of conduct is adopted.
Exacto.
Yes, that's it.
Thank you.
Gracias.
I pass the floor to Germany. Germany, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I think in the enumeration in paragraph 2, we should also include antimicrobial resistance. This is really an important part of the work and should be reflected here. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I see the USA. United States, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. For on paragraph 2, could we also add desert locust to that list? After fall armyworm, maybe, yeah.
That seems appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further. I will give the floor to Argentina, followed by Chile. Argentina, you have the floor.
Perdón, Presidenta.
Apologize. In paragraph 2, there's a mention of agroecology. We would like agroecology and other innovative practices. And in the same way, innovative approaches rather than practices, innovative approaches. And in our comments, in our written comments, we drew attention to the importance of the criteria and the indicators and the evaluation methods that are developed within the framework of the implementation of the decisions taken in COAG to be based on sound scientific evidence. At times, the members draw attention to this point. It is important that in the development of the decisions there be a sound scientific basis, and this both for the criteria and in the report. So I have a paragraph that I would suggest, and I don't know if other members would like to comment on this, or I would like to add a sentence. Perhaps if you give me a moment.
Thank you, Argentina. I will pass the floor to Germany. Will you draft your sentence, if that works? Germany, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairperson. Well, I would like to propose also an additional paragraph which is related to the numerous proposals for international years and days, which would read as follows. The committee requested FAO, when proposing international years and days, to include a comprehensive assessment of the presented proposal against the criteria adopted by the UN ECOSOC and the 38th FAO conference in 2013 for the proclamation of international years. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I will pass the floor to Switzerland and then back to Argentina. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In paragraph 2, we might add in this list probably livestock, as we had an extensive discussion on livestock and you established a subcommittee. And then also the Global Program on Sustainable Dryland Agriculture, as this is a new program. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think you need the and between livestock and dryland agriculture.
Livestock, comma, and it's the global program on dryland agriculture.
On sustainable dryland agriculture, yes.
Global program on sustainable dryland agriculture.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. I will turn, I don't see a request for the floor, but I will turn the floor back to Argentina to check if they have a proposal to make.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will read it in Spanish. Emphasize the importance of the criteria used or that the criteria used for the development of indicators and instruments for evaluation and the conclusions and linkages presented in studies and reports be based on sound scientific evidence. Sound scientific or solid scientific evidence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Argentina. I think there was just one correction to make in what was transcribed. Is the committee emphasized the importance that, if I heard correctly, that the criteria used. Okay. I give the floor to Egypt. Egypt, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. On Para 1 and regarding dryland agriculture and the soil management, I believe that these 2 points should be listed separately in a different paragraph due to the importance of these 2 items. They have their own proper problems and they deserve to be listed separately. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess the request or the suggestion is for a new paragraph that would say the committee recognized, or no, requested, I guess it's on reporting, requested, the committee further requested, sorry, Secretariat, the committee further requested continued reporting. And I think it was both livestock and the global program on sustainable dryland agriculture. I think that's what I understood, in which case you could delete livestock from the paragraph above. Thank you. I see no further requests for the floor. So I am going to take that the committee is satisfied with this draft and it can go to the drafting committee. Thank you for that. We will now turn, oh, I have moved too quickly. I will give the floor now to Indonesia. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have any new recommendation to this summary. However, this item is to follow up on the implementation of the recommendation of 26th session of the committee. And although we appreciate that all the submission here is regarded as important for our colleague, but I would just like to ask whether it is procedurally correct to add something that is not submitted to the COAG 26 to this item, because I check on the report and the recommendation, like MR and desert locust haven't been brought up to the COAG 26. So it's just a procedural matter. Otherwise, we're okay with it. Thank you, and over.
Thank you, and that's correct. I mean, I think we can have in the report anything the committee talks about and decides to report on, but perhaps to make it a little more logical, we could change that new paragraph and say, the committee further requested continued reporting on the items discussed in the 27th session of the committee. Or in its 27th session. Yes, in its, that's true. In its 27th session, including livestock and the global program on sustainable dryland agriculture, would be my suggestion. So I will open the floor for, we have a few suggestions. I give the floor to Sudan, followed by Switzerland. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor. There is also the issue of food health and food safety. This is also an area of work of FAO, and this requires reporting from the organization, especially regarding the use of fertilizers, sound use of fertilizers.
Be ending up in a situation here where we'll try to list all the items that we've discussed in this 27th session. So perhaps the easiest thing, if the proposers of these two items are agreeable, we could simply delete it from this item and then have the reporting on these topics be reflected in other parts of the report. That would be my suggestion at this point. But I will give the floor now to Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we could certainly do that, what you just proposed, as these were recommendations that refer actually to this COAG session. However, then in paragraph 2, I would like to have WASAG added, because the last COAG, so the 26th session of COAG, actually recommended something, a reporting on WASAG, and that should continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. So the suggestion, we've got WASAG now included in the list of items under COAG 26 to be continued to report on, and we would delete then this new paragraph 4. I'm looking to see, I see no immediate calls for the floor, so please go ahead and delete that new paragraph. I'm still seeing no calls for the floor, so on that, I will consider this summary ready to go to the drafting committee. Thank you. So we can now move to our next item, which is item 4.4. FAO's work on rangelands and pastoralism, and a proposal for an international year of rangelands and pastoralists. The relevant document is COAG 2020/3. This was done by written correspondence. Before I open the floor for further comments or clarifications from members, I would like to give the floor to Mongolia, who wishes to make a statement on this topic. So Mongolia, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to convey my heartfelt congratulations to Madam Chair and the Secretary of the Committee on Agriculture of the UN FAO for successfully organizing the first ever virtual session during this delicate time of coronavirus pandemic. As you are very aware, pastoralist practice is one of the oldest traditions of humankind and scattered throughout the world. More than 200 million people relying on rangelands and pastoralism for their livelihoods. Pastoral agriculture is a way of life for many communities worldwide, and over time it has evolved and supported environmental protection of rangeland landscapes and herders' livelihoods. The regulatory ecosystem services of rangelands include water purification, protection of soil from sand, and water erosion and flood protection. Recent evidence points to the higher productivity of rangelands under sustainable pastoralism than other land uses. Pastoralism is increasingly recognized as one of the most sustainable production systems on the planet and plays a major role in safeguarding ecosystems and biodiversity in natural grasslands and rangelands. Given the importance of rangelands and pastoralists for nutrition, healthy ecosystems, income, and employment generation, and other relevant dimensions of sustainable development, the government of Mongolia, in collaboration with other relevant stakeholders, initiated a proposal to proclaim the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists, which would be the most wide-ranging and effective way to increase global awareness and understanding of the importance to global food security and environmental services, highlighting valuable traditional knowledge. Distinguished delegates, I am certain that the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists can be of global effort to ensure good security, food security, and livelihoods of millions of people around the world, while contributing to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals and expected results of the UN Decade on Family Farming and the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration and the UN Decade of Action on Nutrition. International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists has been endorsed by scores of governments of FAO member countries, dozens of international institutions, and more than 150 pastoralist organizations representing all continents of the world. Taking this opportunity, I wish to express my gratitude for their commitments and firm support for this global effort. On behalf of the government of Mongolia, I kindly call for members of Committee on Agriculture of FAO to endorse and approve the proposal of International Day of Rangelands and Pastoralists. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for those words of introduction. I will pass the floor now to Myanmar, followed by Sudan. Myanmar, you have the floor.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, item, Madam Chair. Myanmar supports the proposal that the years 2026 be declared the International Year of Rangeland and then pastoralists, as the initiative was developed in line with the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, and it will raise public awareness of the importance of advancing rural livelihoods and development of pastoralists. Thank you, Madam Chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I pass the floor now to Sudan, followed by the Philippines. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to welcome the initiative for the International Year for Pastoralists and Rangelands. This raises the awareness on the importance of rangelands. We call upon FAO to take into account the collaboration among countries to develop controls and policies to manage pastoralism resources. This will combat desertification and land deterioration while advancing sustainable development. We call upon FAO as well to support other regional and international efforts, especially those in the Arab world, in order to promote the management of pastoralism resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Philippines, followed by Mali. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines would like to also join in supporting this initiative by the government in Mongolia, and we would like to appreciate their presentation of this proposal. We also have submitted our comments under the written correspondence procedure and will not repeat them, but we, aside from supporting the International Year, in consideration of its importance, we also take note of its contribution to achieving the SDGs, as well as the implementation of the UN Decade of Family Farming and the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. We would also like to take note of the rangeland pastoralism and other suggested follow-up actions in the committee document. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. Mali, followed by Turkey. I give the floor to Mali.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what Mongolia, Sudan, and the Philippines have said. In congratulating FAO on its work in the area of rangelands and pastoralism, the interpreter apologizes, but the audio connection is extremely poor. It's not sufficient for interpretation purposes.
Le Mali est un pays sahélien.
Mali is a country in the Sahel, in West Country. Livestock is very closely linked to pastoralism. It's very important for livelihoods. The interpreter apologizes. There's a problem with the connection with Mali.
Thank you, Mali. Turkey, followed by China. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
more than half of the land surface on Earth represents rangelands. Vegetation on these rangelands are mostly grasses suitable for grazing and thus contribute greatly to the livestock sector. Millions of people rely on these rangelands for their livelihoods. These valuable natural resources are under pressure in recent decades because of urbanization, growing population, and land use changes. In order to draw attention to this vital issue, we would like to thank to Mongolia, and we support their proposal on the declaration of International Year on Rangelands and Pastoralism. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. I will now give the floor to China. China, you have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As other speakers, we fully support the proposals made by the Mongolia delegates of establishing International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. We also noted that FAO and other UN organizations has done a lot of important work in the rangelands and pastoralists. We commend all this important work. We believe that establishment of this international year will be helpful for letting people to understand rangeland and pastoralist and rangeland's role in supporting the livelihoods and in helping achieve the SDGs. And it is also will also be helpful and also be a basis for the follow-up policies. So we support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I give the floor to Peru, followed by Kenya. Peru, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. FAO's work in sustainable livestock contributes to work on rangelands and pastoralism. We need to continue to work on sustainability, and we support FAO's work here. It's very important to highlight the need to strengthen work on fragile ecosystems, where pastoralists are faced with the effects of climate change. We highlight here work in mountain areas where there is high vulnerability to climate change. It's very important because of the fact that they are more acutely affected by variations in climate phenomena. In this connection, we highlight the need to develop actions together with member nations. Peru supports the proposal of Mongolia for the declaration of an International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists in 2026. We are pleased to take part in this initiative in order to raise awareness on rangelands and pastoralism and other aspects which are very important for sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I give the floor to Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. Now, would like to add our voice to this very important area of rangelands and pastoralists, and congratulate the government of Mongolia for putting across this proposal for 2026 as the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. Chair, in Kenya, for example, the ASAL areas form over 80% of the landmass, and the obviously covered by mainly the rangelands and pastoralists. And so having the International Year in 2026 will avail opportunity to focus on the specific challenges and developments for sustainable development in the sector, and attainment of Agenda 2030. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. I have no further requests for the floor. So I believe we can now turn to the draft summary report of this item, 4.4. I'll ask the Secretariat to put it up on the screen. So I believe this is the entirety. Yes, this is the entirety of the report that you see before you on the screen. I will read through it. Paragraph 1, the committee acknowledged the important role of rangelands and pastoralism in contributing to national economies and supporting the livelihoods and food security of millions of people, as well as the ecosystem services they provide, particularly in arid and semi-arid land and mountainous areas. The committee further acknowledged the potential of rangelands and pastoralism to contribute significantly to the Sustainable Development Goals, especially to reducing poverty, SDG 1, and hunger, SDG 2, as well as the conservation of terrestrial biodiversity, SDG 15, and the opportunities they offer for rural prosperity. The committee recognized the numerous challenges faced by pastoralists and rangelands, such as land degradation and climate change impact, and requested FAO to mainstream its work on rangelands and pastoralism to ensure their systematic consideration in its technical and policy programs. The committee acknowledged the strong support of member nations and international, national, and local civil society organizations, UN organizations, international institutions to the proposal by the government of Mongolia to establish the observance by the United Nations system of an International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists in 2026. The committee endorsed the proposal in the draft conference resolution to be submitted for the consideration of the 165th session of the Council for adoption by the 42nd session of the FAO conference. And the resolution is reproduced in appendix. It will be appended to the report of this committee. So I'll open the floor now for any comments from members on this proposed draft. I will give the floor to the Philippines. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we appreciate the summary that has been proposed by you and the Secretariat. It's just that, firstly, on paragraph 1, it seems to be a bit heavy, and I think we could split the after rural prosperity. That part could be another paragraph. Yeah, the committee recognized the numerous challenges because the first one would be acknowledging the role of rangelands and pastoralism, and the second one would be recognizing the challenges. And then it would be important, we appreciate that request of FAO, for FAO to mainstream its work on rangelands and pastoralism. So far, that's it. We would just like to also, we're not strong on this, but we also mentioned the potential of of rangelands and pastoralism, and at the same time the International Year to contribute to to 2 decades, the decade of family farming and the decade of ecosystem restoration. Now, if it can be reflected here, we will welcome that, but if it is understood that it's going to be in the draft resolution, we're also fine with that. But of course, we would appreciate any explicit reference to those decades here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have given the floor to Sudan. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to add in paragraph number 2, after climate change impact, the loss of biodiversity.
Thank you, Sudan. That is so reflected. I see no further requests for the floor. So I will consider that this summary report is also ready for the drafting committee. Thank you for that. And we will move to the next item on our agenda, which is item 4.5, Proposal for an International Day of Plant Health. The relevant document is COAG 2020/20. So I will now open the floor for any comments, questions, clarifications, additional to what you have already submitted through the written correspondence procedure. The floor is open. And I give the floor to Zambia. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Plants make up 80% of the food we eat and produce 98% of oxygen we breathe. Despite their importance, plants are increasingly threatened by the climate change crisis, invasive pests and diseases, and unregulated movement of people. We therefore need to strengthen the capacity of national, regional, and global institutions to develop and implement phytosanitary standards and actions to improve plant health. Every year, up to 40% of global food crops are lost to plant pests and diseases. This leads to estimated annual agricultural trade losses of over 220 billion United States dollars, threatening lives of millions of people with hunger and loss of income for the poor rural communities. Zambia has not been spared from the problem of pests and diseases. In the last agricultural season, my country lost maize crop to the fall armyworm that attacked the crop in most parts of the country. Currently, looming hunger may be imminent as an outbreak of African migratory locusts has invaded 3 provinces of our country. Preliminary findings indicate that the estimated area affected by the outbreak is 47,018 hectares. And if not contained, the estimated crop loss in the 2020-2021 agricultural season is 178,800 hectares and will affect about 82,700 households. However, the full extent of the problem is yet to be established. There is need to collaborate in the fight against pests and diseases and strengthen early warning systems. By preserving plant health, we contribute to food security, environmental protection, economic development, and our own health. Therefore, to raise awareness about the importance of plant health for achieving zero hunger and the Sustainable Development Goals, Zambia proposes 12 May to celebrate the International Day of Plant Health. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you, Zambia. I give the floor to Sudan, followed by Capo Verde. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have submitted our written comments. We would like to support this proposal submitted by Zambia to establish an international day for plant health. As plants are very important to food security, it is very important also to focus on the IPPC work in this area and to ensure a safe international trade free of pests and diseases. As regards Annex A, the resolution of FAO's conference, we hope that this will be able to give further clarification on plant health. Thank you.
Thank you, Capo Verde. Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Thank you, Sudan. Now I'm giving the floor to Capo Verde. Capo Verde, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're all tired now. Thank you for giving me the floor. And first of all, I would like to thank the interest members have shown by the questions they have placed through the written correspondence procedure and the positive support. Cabo Verde welcomes the proposal for an International Day on Plant Health and supports Zambia and all promoters of this proposal on their lead to bring forward this legacy from the International Year on Plant Health. Keeping high the awareness of all stakeholders on the importance of this challenge is even more important if we are to shorten the gap for attaining the SDG by 2030, especially SDG 1 and 2. Cabo Verde, as a small island developing state, is facing harsh effects of climate change and registered increases in plant health menaces, causing dramatic loss in production with the consequent loss in economic resources and disturbing the stability of livelihood of rural communities. Therefore, and as members of the International Steering Committee of the International Year on Plant Health, we support the government of Zambia's proposal to establish the observance of the UN system of May 12th as International Day of Plant Health, and would like to exhort members to endorse the draft conference resolution and its submission to the next FAO Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Capo Verde. I see no further requests for the floor. So I will now pass the floor to the Secretariat for a response. I turn the floor to Beth Bechtel, Deputy Director General. Beth, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you for the very strong support for the International Day of Plant Health and also the International Year of Plant Health. I especially want to commend and thank the government of Zambia and the delegates here today for their keen support and their commitment to continuing to pursue this very important effort. I would just say, I know it has been an incredibly disheartening stretch for many of us who have been advocating for this very important year, given all of the delays that have come in putting on different activities and different events because of the COVID pandemic. But I can assure you that we have worked very intently to pivot to other types of events, albeit virtual, to ensure that the important recognition that is owed to plant health is present. Chair, if it would be all right, I'd like to ask Mr. Shah to just very briefly share a few of those updates with the group.
Okay, thank you. And the Chair, thank you, DDG Beth. And I would like to say thank you all of you for your support for this very important initiative, International Day for Plant Health. And previously, I want to say thank you very much, for your support for the last 5 years about the International Year of Plant Health. So this year is International Year of Plant Health. And then the International Day is one of the most important legacy for International Year for celebration of International Year. So in this case, I also joined our DDG batch. Thank you for Zambia for support initialize this great initiative. And then I can say now it's really momentum for a human being. It's really support of plant health. I strongly believe plant health is one of most important One Health component. We have this day and remember, encourage awareness of the plant health and then to support sustainable development goal and for globally, regionally, and nationally. And the IPPC is leading the process together with NSP. We're going to try our very best to make it happen. And including about the resource mobilization, we realize that they need extra budget. Anyway, IPPC, we together work at NSP and under the leadership of the DDG batch, try our very best and then make it happen and make it successfully, we can say every year. And I know time is very limited. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. I see no further requests for the floor, so we can consider our discussion on this item done, both in written form and today in person, virtually in person, and can move now to the draft summary of this item, item 4.5, if the Secretariat can put it up. The report is 6 paragraphs long, so we can't see it all at once. The committee reviewed the proposal by the government of Zambia to establish the observance by the UN system of 12th May as the International Day of Plant Health as a key legacy of the International Year of Plant Health 2020. The committee acknowledged the importance of plant health and its role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular, food security, sustainable growth, environmental protection, poverty eradication, and climate action, as well as the role of FAO and the International Plant Protection Convention in this respect. The committee highlighted that the International Day of Plant Health will provide continuity to the efforts made through the IYPH 2020 to raise awareness among the public and policymakers of the key role of plant health in tackling hunger, poverty, threats to the environment, economic development, and safe international trade. The committee endorsed the draft conference resolution as contained in Appendix XX and recommended the proposal be submitted for approval by the 165th session of the FAO Council, December 2020, and adoption by the 42nd session of the FAO Conference, July 2021. Paragraph 5, if you scroll down. The committee stressed that the extra budgetary resources should be identified to cover the cost for implementation of the day, including FAO and IPPC involvement. And that is the full summary, five paragraphs. So I will open the floor now for any reactions on any part of this this proposed summary. Maybe the Secretary could scroll up a bit to fit as much of it on the screen as possible. In fact, we've got all of it now. I'm seeing no requests for the floor, so I will consider that it is ready to go to the drafting committee. Thank you very much. We can now turn to our last item, item 4.6, proposal for an International Year of Date Palm. A relevant document is COAG 2020/21. I will open the floor now for any further comments, clarifications, statements, questions by members, in addition to what they have already submitted in their written communication. And I will give the floor now to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
أتقدم بالشكر لك سيدة الرئيسة ولجهود المنظمة على إعداد الوثيقة.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to thank FAO for having prepared this document, and also thank my colleagues for their support to this proposal establishing the International Year of the Date Palm. To give you an idea, the date palm is one of the most ancient crops in our region, in North Africa, and now is present in many, many parts of the world. Date palm has helped ensure the food security of millions upon millions of people. The fruits, the date palm, are part of the food that is consumed in schools, and it also goes into the snacks that are eaten in many developing countries, and also is part of the snacks that sports people often consume. Date palms are present in a surface area of great extent. If you think Saudi Arabia accounts for about 10% of the global production of dates. And date palms are able to resist drought, to also high salinity content of soil. These are trees that can be cultivated in dry lands and even to an extent in deserts, and that can help have a crop that does contribute to food security and improve the economic conditions of many farmers. Date palms and dates are useful to achieving SDGs 2, 15, and others. Of course, there are challenges to ensure that we have a sustainable crop from date palms. And this could be considered looking at the list of plant diseases that do affect the date palm in our region. Also, the population growth, explosive population growth, and a great growth in consumption are important factors, and all need to be taken into account in developing a sound value chain for this product. The private sector participates in the development of this value chain of the date palms very actively. Our country, to meet some of the many challenges that are due to the population explosion, climate change, and issues relating to food security, led us to organize an event on date palms, considering it to be really an exceptional fruit that does assist in to promoting socio-economic development. And an event has already been organized in Rome also to indicate the opportunities for partnerships that exist between producing and consumer countries. We illustrated the high nutritive value of dates and also the commercial impact, the commercial benefit that may be a useful driver for development in many countries. My country contributed $2 million to a trust fund of FAO to deal with, to address the epidemics of plant diseases that affect the date palm. And of course, these are transboundary diseases. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been offering dates also as part of its food aid to the World Food Programme. an average of 4,000 tons per year, which can be useful to the emergency programs and go into food that can be distributed in emergency crises and be part of aid to populations in a situation of crisis. Saudi Arabia is the primary exporter in terms of quantity and a second country in terms of the value of the exports. And therefore, we thought that it was quite right for us to make the proposal concerning the International Year of the Date Palm to make it better known, the challenges that it presents, the work that is needed to ensure that it is sustainable and that we conserve the genetic resources of date palms so that we may benefit from it in the future too, as well as improving the policies and strategies to have an enabling environment for the growth and production of date palms, and to make use of the most modern technology for this purpose. And the objective that we hope from this year is to facilitate an increase in sustainable production, rural development, and support food security, and contribute to the goal of zero hunger. So these are the reasons for the support, and I would like to thank in advance all those who will join us in supporting this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. The floor is still open for any further comments. Of course, and I will give the floor to India, followed by Burundi. India, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will be very brief. We would like to support the proposal of Saudi Arabia of the International Year of Date Palm, which is a very important crop. And in India too, we've started growing date palm, and which is very important for which is very important climate resilient crop. So we endorse, and we also appreciate the presentation made by the Ambassador of Saudi Arabia on the importance of date palm and to declare it as the International Day, International Day of Date Palm. Thank you, Madam Chair. Over to you.
Thank you. Burundi, followed by Sudan. Burundi, you have the floor.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Madam Chair. Burundi is taking the floor on behalf of the Africa Regional Group. The date palm, Madam Chair, is exploited, is grown, and has been for thousands of years. First in Middle East, then North Africa, and now in many other regions of the world, including Sub-Saharan Africa. Africa is the second leading region in terms of date production, 43.4% of the total crop, therefore only after Asia. And in the world, 800,000 hectares are dedicated to date palm cultivation, and the number of date palms in the world has been assessed at 100 million, and the number is growing every year. Date palms today have many, many different uses. The dates are nutritive and can be consumed in different ways, fresh, dry, derived products, syrups, even flour. It's also a tree that can be used in many different ways, through the fruits, but also the fibers, construction material, fuel. It helps ensure the food and nutrition security of millions of people. And it also, the parts that aren't quite so pleasing to human beings are often used also as fodder For livestock, the date palms are an important source also of income and export income and improve the livelihoods of millions of small rural producers, in particular youth and women who are part of the agri-commercial system of the oasis. Which includes many products derived from the date palm. Thanks to the economic activities generated by its production and trade, the date palm may contribute positively to achieving a number of SDGs. The date palm is also essential in the agrosystems of the oases because it helps to create local climatic conditions, cooler, more humid areas that can also enable cultivating other fruit trees as well as pulses and cereals. It resists a drought, tolerates more saline soils with a higher alkaline content, and therefore contributes to the sustainable development of agricultural systems. It makes it possible to use natural resources more effectively and improve the nutritional and socioeconomic status of farmers and rural populations living in drylands. Considering the contribution of the date palm to food security and nutrition globally, and its contribution to combating poverty, achieving SDGs, adaptation to climate change. For all these reasons, the Africa Regional Group unreservedly supports the proclamation by the United Nations General Assembly of 2027 as the International Year of the Date Palm. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Sudan, followed by Mali. Sudan, you have the floor.
شكرا لإتاحة الفرصة مرة ثانية للسودان.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me once again the floor. We have submitted our position in writing, but owing to the importance of the date palm and its contribution to reducing hunger and malnutrition, we would like once again to support this initiative. The date palm is especially important in drylands, in areas that are severely affected by drought, by climate change, by natural disasters. Date palms can help create new markets for farmers, especially youth and women. And I hope that FAO will take the opportunities for development of the date palm in consideration, considering also the agricultural approaches that can help address water scarcity and help also strengthen the value chains of the production of the date palm. And we invite also more support to research in this area to help farmers so that they can step up their productivity and have high quality products. We invite countries to exchange knowledge in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I give the floor to Mali, followed by Libya. Mali, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mali supports this proposal of establishing the International Year of the Date Palm in 2027. The northern part of Mali is a desert land. The only tree that can resist is the date palm. The nutritional value of this plant is in no need of being further demonstrated. And for all these reasons, we are strongly in favor of this proposal that has been made by Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I give the floor to Libya. Libya, you have the floor.
الرئيس صالح الحين كلمة دولة ليبيا.
Madam Chair, thank you. Once again, Madam Chairperson, thank you for giving Libya the floor. We would like to thank Saudi Arabia for this proposal. The International Year of Date Palm. We are very much in favor of this proposal in the light of the importance of the date palm for many countries. And also because dates are very healthy, have a high nutritional content, and can help end hunger and poverty, and are vital for millions of people. Owing to the properties of the date palm and the contribution it can give, especially in areas that are affected severely by climate change, we consider this a very important initiative. It is also resistant to epidemics. These are all reasons for us to support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. I will give the floor to Egypt. Egypt, the floor is yours.
مساء الخير. نؤيد
Good afternoon. We too endorse the proposal submitted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the establishment of the International Year of Date Palm. It is a strategic crop for us. It is also an excellent crop, very good production levels, and therefore we strongly endorse this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further requests from the floor from members or observers. So seeing no further requests from the floor, I will turn it over to the Secretariat for a response. I will turn the floor to Mr. Shah for his response to this comments made. Mr. Shah, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DDG Bets. And thank you very much for all the 7 speakers. From all 7 speakers, we are very clear the importance, and our Saudi Arabia's ambassador made perfect statement of the importance of data palms. Yeah, I can say the data palms is a multifunctional crop, food security, nutrition, particularly diet nutrition, and in some cases medicine. So it is very important. This is number 1. And also the data palms is also can produce and 3 important benefits. 1, economic benefit. 2nd, environmental benefit. And then the 3rd one, social benefit. All the 3 benefits we need for sustainable development. This means for reaching, achieving UN SDG, we need something bring 3 integrated benefit, and the data palm state is perfect fit this kind of category. So no doubt it is so important for a human being. But one word is important. Data palms is really very good crop for poverty reduction. They can adapt the poor area, dryland area. Most of this area, people is poor. So it's a very good crop for poverty reduction. So in any case, I'm not going to repeat ambassador's statement. It's important. I'm very also express our thanks to all these people to bring this Burundi and on behalf of African Union region support, and also Sudan, Mali, Libya, Egypt, and for all this support. And then next one, what I'm going to say now, how to organize it. For NSP, we'll try our best to work closely with the champion country, Saudi Arabia ambassador. We'll work together and then to make it happen. How to make it happen? And first, we should work closely and to submit it to a council, and then to conference, and then to UN. That's number 1. Second one, we should organize maybe some activity, technical activity, and how to make some celebration, planning for it, maybe some task force. And at the same time, we should do something, maybe steering group or task force to make some preparation. Certainly important, and ambassador. We need some resource mobilization. All this issue will be extra budgetary anyway, and NSP will be fully, support and also fully engaged for this activity under the leadership of DDG BES. And thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Xia. I see no further requests for the floor on this item. Just before I move on, I did want to highlight, it's been brought to my attention, there was some concern on the chat that I wasn't opening the floor to observers, and that's my fault. I was saying members, but I was thinking members and observers. So I apologize for not having explicitly said I would entertain calls for the floor from observers. We are now very much over time. So I can suggest observers who had comments they wish to make, can please send them in, and they will form part of our record. With no further requests for the floor on this item, we can turn now to the summary. If the Secretariat will put it up. So here is the proposed report for item 4.6, proposal for an international year of date palm. The committee acknowledged the crucial role of dates in global food, nutrition, and food security, perhaps, and global food security and nutrition, I think is what that's supposed to say. So let's try again. The committee acknowledged the crucial role of dates in global food security and nutrition and livelihoods of farm families and smallholder farmers, proven socioeconomic importance, contribution to poverty eradication, human health, adaptation to climate change, the achievements of a number of sustainable development goals, and the FAO's work in this respect. The committee recognized the constraints to production, improved genetic resources, pests and disease, post-harvest handling and processing, marketing and trade, limit the competitiveness of the date palm sector in local, regional, and international markets. The committee acknowledged the key roles of national governments, regional institutions, and the private sector in further development of the sector, and recognized the urgent need to raise awareness of the economic benefits of sustainably produced dates. Particularly, the committee acknowledged the national initiatives of Peru for promotion of the date palm to the fragile regions of the country, considering the challenges and opportunities for sustainable production and the strengthening of the relevant legal framework. The committee recognized the observance of an International Year of Date Palm by the international community that would contribute significantly to raising awareness of the suitability for sustainable cultivation of date palm under adverse climatic conditions, the nutritional and health benefits of consuming dates, while directing policy attention to improving value chain efficiencies. I believe this paragraph 5 has been covered in another report. This was the point raised by Germany, so it was meant to have been deleted from here. The committee endorsed the draft conference resolution as contained in Appendix X and recommended to submit the proposal to declare 2027 the International Year of Dates for approval by the 165th session of the FAO Council, December 2020, and adoption by the 42nd session of the FAO Conference, July 2021. The committee stressed that the extra budgetary resources will be identified to cover the cost for implementation of the year and the FAO involvement. I open the floor now for comments on the draft. I give the floor to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, the floor is yours.
أكيد ستكون من خارج الميزانية ويسر المملكة العربية.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reference to the extra budgetary resources the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is willing to participate in the mobilization and the raising of these resources with other members, and that I hope will also participate. And once again, I would like to thank all those who have supported this proposal, and thank you in particular, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. And it's always good to have participants expressing a willingness to provide these extra budgetary resources, because it makes all the difference in a successful year. So thank you for that. Are there any further requests for the floor? Seeing none, we can consider this draft summary ready to go to the drafting committee. Thank you all for your work there. And thank you to all the sponsors of all the various years and days. This is valued work, I know, and these members put a lot of effort into putting these forward. So thank you to all. So we will now proceed to item, we are really getting near the end of our agenda. Item 4.7 and 4.8 and 4.9 are all we have left. So we will proceed to item 4.7, date and place of the next session. So the 28th session of the COAG will take place in Rome, and the date will be communicated by the Director General of FAO at a later stage. The floor is now open for interventions by members on this item, and I wish, as per standard practice, members will be given the floor first, after which observers will be invited to speak. So the floor is open to members and observers. But I see no calls for the floor. So it's become a very detailed script at this point. So with no requests for the floor, this will conclude our discussion on item 4.7, date and place of the next session. I don't think we'll bother with a written summary. I think the summary will simply indicate the endorsement of the members to that proposal. We can now proceed to item 4.8, election of the Bureau members of the 28th session of the committee. Following the rules and procedures, the COAG Secretariat recorded the nomination of one candidate for the position of chairperson of the Bureau by the Asia Regional Group, which is Dr. Omakanti Rajender, alternate permanent representative of India to FAO. I ask the committee to approve this nomination by acclamation. Seeing no calls to the floor, we will consider that this nomination has Thank you for that, and I will take this opportunity to offer the floor to our incoming chair, Dr. Rajender, if he would like it. Dr. Rajender, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'll take 2 to 3 minutes. Is it okay? Yes. Yeah. So.
Yes, although you are wise to set the example of short interventions.
I'm grateful to all the members for the great opportunity and honor they've bestowed upon me today to be the next chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture. I would like to start by congratulating you, Madam Chair, for your able leadership of this 27th session of the COAG, the first in virtual mode in the history of the committee. While you benefited from the groundwork laid by the previous chair, the former Ambassador Imadi of Iran in preparing this virtual meeting. It is your capable handling throughout this week that has made this session a success. Congratulations, Madam Chair. I would also like to give my thanks to the first Vice Chairperson, Mr. Thanawat Teen Sen of Thailand, and all the members of the Bureau in discharging their duties as officers of the COAG. In addition, I would like to pay tribute to the members of the drafting committee, guided by the chairperson from Spain, for their hard work in articulating the deliberations of COAG into a meaningful report. In addition, I would like to thank the FAO management team and their active support throughout this session, which enabled us members to have informed debate and discussions. In particular, I congratulate the Deputy Director General, Beth Beckdole, at her first outing in a governing body meeting, which she managed so well. We are all grateful too to the Secretary Ms. Ariella Glennie, also at her first time as at COAG in this role, for her tireless work. And last but not the least, the Secretariat staff who ensured the meeting was conducted smoothly, especially the interpreters and also the audiovisual staff. Madam Chairperson, I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to the Chairperson of the Asia Regional Group, Madam Bayon, and all the members of the Asia Group for nominating me for this post. I would also like to express my gratitude to all the chairs and vice chairs and the members of different regional groups for their support. I would like to single out my dear friend and colleague, Mr. Vlad Mustachiosu from Romania, who in the spirit of collaboration graciously withdrew his candidacy, and which allows me to stand before you today as next chairperson. Thank you, Vlad. Being elected as the next chairperson of COAG is a great honor for me personally, but it is also a tremendous responsibility. In discharging responsibility as chairperson, I'll bring to bear my technical background, my experience in agriculture in my country, India, and most recently in the permanent representation to FAO. Above all, I commit myself to work with all of you in the same spirit of collaboration demonstrated today by Vlad in the best interest of the committee and of FAO. This is the second time that India has the honor of being elected to the role of chair of COAG. As a founder member of the organization, India is committed to FAO and its mission and food security and agriculture. For us, COAG is the preeminent technical committee of FAO, and we cannot see a better way to engage in and serve this noble organization than through our active participation in COAG. In this challenging role that lies ahead for me, Madam Chairperson, I trust I can count on all members of COAG to work hand in hand for the better of FAO and its mission, and for the stakeholders we serve across the world. Thank you, Madam Chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajender, and warmest congratulations to you. I know that the committee is in excellent hands over the next 2 years, and we'll have a very successful 28th session under your leadership. Of course, if we were all together, there'd be a warm round of applause, but you will see the virtual applause coming in over the chat with all the congratulations coming in. So warmest congratulations of all the members to you, and you can count on all of our support to support you in the preparations of COAG 28 and following up on all the recommendations that this committee meeting session will have done. So on that, we can now move on to the election of the Bureau. The members of the Bureau proposed by the regional groups are as follows: Africa, Kenya; for Asia, India; for Europe, Romania; for GRULAC, Argentina; for the Near East, Sudan; for North America, the United States; and for Southwest Pacific, Australia. I ask the committee to approve these nominations. And I kindly ask the regional groups to communicate the names of the nominated representatives to the Secretariat. Is there any objection to these proposed bureau? Seeing none, it is so decided. The floor is now open for intervention by members. I wish to invite all, as per standard, members and observers. As per standard practice, members will be given the floor first, after which observers will be invited to speak. So the floor is now open, and I give the floor to China. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Asia Group, I would like to make a very short announcement. I'm going to speak English.
China has the honor to deliver this brief statement on behalf of the Asia Group. We congratulate Mr. Rajada of India for being elected as the new COAG chairperson, along with the new bureau members. Coming from Asia Group, we are confident of Dr. Rajendra's capability in facilitating the committee's tasks, and we assure him and the Bureau of our support and cooperation. Our appreciation also goes to the outgoing chairs, Ambassador Ahmadi of Iran and Ms. Fellows of Canada, and the Bureau members for their hard work and stewardship of the committee. With the able work of the Secretariat, we wish them all the best in their future endeavors. Thank you, Ms. Chair.
Thank you very much, China. I see no further requests for the floor. So this concludes our discussion on item 4.8, election of the Bureau members of the 28th session of the committee. And we will, the summary report will reflect the Bureau and the new chair as discussed today. We can now proceed to item 4.9, any other matters. So the floor is now open for interventions by members, and I wish to invite all those who wish to intervene. As per standard practice, members will be given the floor first, after which observers will be invited to speak. So the floor is open for members interested in intervening on the item of any other matters. And if there are observers who wish to speak, feel free to raise your hand now. I will just wait until. However, I am seeing no requests for the floor from either members or observers. So this very quickly concludes our discussion on item 4.9, any other matters. So tomorrow, 6:09. So we are only slightly late. Tomorrow we will continue with agenda item 5, adoption of the report. And it is foreseen for tomorrow in the afternoon at 4 p.m., 1600 hours in Rome, but the timing, it will be confirmed based on the conclusions of the drafting committee meeting. And the drafting committee will take place immediately after the plenary today in a dedicated Zoom meeting. And committee members should have all the information on the details of that meeting. So we will suspend our session for now. We'll leave the hard work to the drafting committee and wish them very good luck and very rapid passing through of our rather lengthy report, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 1600 hours or at another time to be communicated by the Secretariat. So have a very good evening, everyone, and we will see you tomorrow.